Because
It's Christmas.
Because it's Christmas.
Yeah. It's Christmas.
And that's the most Christmassy song you could ever want to have. The Ramones.
You don't want to fight. We'll
Merry
fight tomorrow.
Christmas. That's again, it's that frightened rabbit song I love, the Christmas song. It's Christmas, so we'll stop. And it's all about a couple who fights all year long and gets drunk and fights with each other. But this year, this Christmas, we're going to stop. Look that song up. You'll love it. You've probably never listened to the whole thing, have you, Gina?
We've played it on the show.
We played a little
before.
bit of
That's
it.
as much as I've ever.
Yeah, 'cause it's too long to play the whole thing, but you should listen to it. It's really good.
What's that?
I like this one.
This is the Kinks, Father Christmas.
Yeah.
When I was small, I believed in Santa Claus, though I knew it was my dad. And I would hang up my stocking at Christmas, open my presents and I'd be glad. But the last time I played Father Christmas, I stood outside a department store. A gang of kids came over and mugged me and knocked my reindeer to the floor.
Yeah.
He said, Father Christmas,
Yeah, give us your money.
don't mess around with those silly toys.
Speaking of which,
Toys.
Father Christmas, give us your money. 801-819-7300. Or go to x96.com and click there.
Yeah.
Now,
We're trying to figure out how it went yesterday in terms of fundraising at the Road Home. Of course, that's what we're doing again today. It's our Mediathon, annual Mediathon to raise money for the Road Home. And we do know that, so they set a goal of raising $1 million. Mm-hmm. We can tell you that we're more than halfway there, a little bit more than halfway.
A little bit more.
But we don't know, we don't have any idea what the totals are for all the different stations, radio stations and TV. We don't know how that's all gone together. So we'll try to get that stuff for you as soon as we can. But the important thing is you can call 801-819-7300 and make a donation, a pledge to the Road Home, and do it on behalf of X96, and we will thank you. We'll say thank you. So do it now.
Yeah, this is the last day of the Mediathon, and we want to finish on a high note.
We also know that we have two items up for auction this year. We have a special, two special concert events. Now, one is really absolutely directed specifically to our audience.
it's in format.
It's Blue October. Yeah, I think I'd rather say it's directed to our audience because in format is inside talk, Gina. So you can go talk like that with your radio buddies.
It's inside baseball, Bill. It's
Yeah.
a little inside baseball.
So it's Blue October, and there's a link on our website now, x96.com. You can click on that, and it'll take you to an eBay auction site, and you can make a bid to win, and the highest bidder will win. Blue October will do a special concert just for you, and they'll do it, of course, on Zoom or however you want to set it up, but virtually, and that'll be really cool for you.
Yeah.
Now that's that, but there's another one there that would be great for a lot of people, and you know people who would want this, and I don't know, maybe you would. It's Kurt Bester, Mr. Christmas, Utah's own, Emmy Award winning,
That's right.
Grammy Award winning,
Flowing hair. Flowing
won-
haired Kurt Bester.
he won a Grammy for the music he did for the Olympics when they were here.
That's right.
He did
He
all
won
the
an Emmy, not a Grammy.
Emmy.
An Emmy. That's right. Yeah. He won an Emmy for that. He and I forget Sam Carden, I think it is. They did all the incidental music for the Olympics, and it was beautiful stuff. He's a great composer. He's a nice guy, and he has, as Gina says, wonderful flowing dark hair. Now, I've seen Kurt Bester naked at the gym. not all his hair is dark and flowing.
Now, Bill, we're trying to get people to donate money.
I'm sorry, I couldn't.
It's as beautiful and
resist.
luxurious everywhere it appears.
It is. It's on his
Kurt
chest.
Besser.
You know, he's the kind of guy you like, Gina. He's very hairy, and he's, you know, Kurt has. We've had an interesting relationship with Kurt Besser over the years, and it's gotten better and better and more friendly and warm, and he's just a great guy. But so you can make a bid to have Kurt Besser do a concert over Zoom or however you want to set it up, and you know somebody in your life would love that. Mm-hmm. So get that Kurt Besser concert for them. Okay, highest bidder. I don't think there are any bids on it yet.
There are. So there's a link at x96.com. If you click on the Road Home rotating banner, that link will take you to where to donate. You can just donate right on that page, or you can bid on either of these concerts.
Now, if you're thinking to yourself, oh, come on, really? Kurt Besser? I want you to go and find our Not Safe for Work podcast from a couple of years ago, where he was the guest, and I want you to listen to that, and you will change your mind immediately. You'll go, oh, well, that's fun.
It was a Sundance. It was our Sundance. What did we call it?
Lights, Camera, Brunch.
Lights, Camera, Brunch.
It's one of those, yeah. There's a
And
couple of
it's-
those, but look for the one with Kurt Besser on it.
It should be available to download and listen to. He's great. He's funny. He's a great musician.
Exactly, extremely talented. So it'll be fun, and you know, he'll take requests and kibitz with you.
Yeah, yeah, that would be the interesting, a really interesting part of that, both with him and Blue October. I think the opportunity would be there to actually just chat with them. And
Exactly.
kind of, yeah.
No, that's what you're going to get. It's a live one-on-one, you know, Zoom concert. So
I don't know how Blue October's doing it, but Kurt, I think, is doing it from his home.
Yeah.
You know, he's got he has a grand piano in his home.
Of course he does.
And a flugelhorn. So
You can't be the voice of Christmas unless you have a grand piano
probably
in
true.
your living room, right?
that's true.
That's like a requirement.
So
All right,
go.
we'll do shout outs for you. If you call 801-819-7300 and let the person on the phone line say, hey, I'd love to hear Radio from Hell say my name, or like this, let me read this. Paige called and donated, and she had a request. She owns a company called Wasatch Fresh. Her company prepares and delivers daily meals to clients for free. It's a home delivery meal service, and she wants us to say, let's see, we want to thank the owners and employees, and most importantly, the clients of a company called Wasatch Fresh for their generous donation to the Road Home. That's
yes.
nice.
All right.
See?
Had a
Easy.
terrible day yesterday.
Why?
I had a
Did you?
terrible day. I had 2 doctor's appointments yesterday.
Ooh.
I have 1 today.
Ooh.
So the first doctor's appointment, I went to the dermatologist, and then I went to the dentist to see Dr. Kelly Carroll. Mm-hmm. So, and the Dr. Carroll appointment, I always like going there. He just had to put on I had a temporary crown. He put on a permanent crown. And we had a nice chat. We always have he reserves extra time, I think, when we go in there. When I go in there, when you go in, Gina, Carrie. I think he reserves extra time so that he can sit there and
BS with us, yeah.
Yeah, I think he
A little
loves
chat
to do that.
time, yeah.
But at the dermatologist, I don't know if you can see, if you go to x96.com/live, I had bunches of precancerous things on my face, as is common, frozen off with that liquid nitrogen, which is very painful. And the dermatologist said, "Now, Mr. Allred, I'm gonna have to, this is gonna be very painful. I'm gonna have to go deep on a couple of these. I don't think you're gonna like me very much because of that." And I said to him, "Dr. Eliason, that presumes that I liked you very much to begin with," which he enjoyed. So anyway, can you see him? I don't know if you can see him.
It's kind of hard to...
The
Burn
light.
marks.
The lighting is as
They'll
such.
scab up over the next couple of days.
Excellent.
I'll send you some photos. It'll be great.
Excellent. All right, so don't forget the donation number is 801-819-7300. or you can go to x96.com. You can take physical donations to the Men's Resource Center at 3380 South 1000 West, where we are not broadcasting live from, although I've put the sound effects back up to make it feel like we're there.
Tell those sports guys to be quiet.
And somebody texted in and said they have cash, and I think they mean they have like actual cash.
Yeah. I told them to take it to the Men's Resource
Yeah,
Center.
that's what I was going to say.
It's probably the best thing to do. Gave them the address. So there you go. 801-819-7300 or x96.com for your credit card donations for the road home.
So,
Check-ins.
yeah, 877-602-9696. Check in with the Radio from Hell show. This is the last chance you'll get to check in with us this year. This is our final broadcast of 2020. And hopefully there'll be more broadcasts in 2021.
I'm planning on it.
Well, yeah. So check in, 877-602-9696. We were talking about Christmas songs earlier. Maybe you want to tell us what your favorite Christmas song is. Maybe there's an unusual Christmas song that you know that you think everybody else should know. So 877-602-9696. Check in with the Radio from Hell show.
BuiltBar.com. The promo code is X20. I say that first because I've been getting a lot of DMs saying, what was the promo code for the BuiltBar.com?
And the reason it's X20 is that gives you 20% off your first order of Built Bars.
Yeah, so order online. There are some stores who carry Built Bar, but the best way to get the huge variety that they have is to go to BuiltBar.com. Great stocking stuffers, actually. They have
great
Built
idea.
Bar Bites that are great. And why should you go for a Built Bar? Well, it's a local product. It's higher protein than any protein bar I know, or most of them anyway, and they taste great.
They taste like a damn candy bar. That's why they work great for a stocking stuffer.
It's
They're
almost
that good.
unfair.
It's real chocolate.
Real chocolate and lots of other good ingredients made here in Utah. So use the promo code X20 when you go to their website and make your first order at BuiltBar.com.
And now, it's time to play the game that everyone wants to play. It's Beat Gina! Beat Gina brought to you today by Haster Games. Haster Games in Midvale has the best selection of board games, magic, and Dungeons & Dragons. And Haster also buys used games. Haster Games on 6831 South State Street, or go to HasterGames.com. And today, one lucky contestant will win a Fat Cats gift card. Yes, but that's not all. Another contestant, no, the same contestant, will win a Radio from Hell tote bag. And now, here's the man who can host a game show with one hand tied behind his back. He's so good, he can host two game shows at the same time. Wow. When you look in the dictionary for the words game show host, you will find his picture, and you will swoon. Wow. Here he is, the man, nay, the legend, Kerry Jacksboy Jackson.
Thank you, Johnny.
You're welcome,
Although
Kerry.
I think you're just taking Wikipedia entries about Wink Martindale and using them for me, right?
Oh, no. Wink Martindale doesn't cast a shadow like you do.
All right. Well, thank you.
You're welcome.
How we pick the contestants, you ask? Well, it's easy. We determine, based on the prize that they're going to give Gina, if she beats them at Scary Movie Trivia. So, line one, Gina is offering you a Greek gyro meal.
Ooh.
Okay.
I don't know whether it's prepared here or
no, there's no
if it's
specifics.
transported.
Okay.
Doesn't say. Line two is offering you Halloween cookies and wine.
Okay.
And line three is offering you Lehigh Bakery donuts.
I've never had the Lehigh Bakery donuts.
Oh, they're very good.
Okay, we'll go with that.
Is that what you
Johnny.
want?
Sure.
Going with Lehigh Bakery donuts with Brad. Brad is who you will be playing against today. Brad, are you there? Oh, hang on. Brad, are you there?
I'm here.
All right, good. Thank you, Brad. I was doing some work during the commercial. All right. We toss coin to determine who goes first. It does give you an advantage in the game. Heads or tails?
Tails.
All right. Coin toss app says Tails. That means you go first, Brad.
Are you feeling confident, Brad?
Very confident.
Oh,
All right.
okay.
These trivia questions prepared by Katie, I would think.
No.
No? Okay.
Hawk.
Hawk. Based on the Scary Movie franchise.
Okay.
Which were the parodies of the Scream movies and a whole bunch of other horror movies, and so it's based on those. So
Okay.
here we go. Brad, your question first. Multiple choice. What is the name of the high school that Cindy goes to in the first Scary Movie? Is it 1, Shadyside High School, 2, Serial K High School, 3, Dead Bodies High, or 4, B.A. Corpse High School?
I think it's A.
Shadyside? Incorrect.
Shadyside.
Gina.
B.A. Corpse.
B.A. Corpse is correct.
It's 1-0 for Gina, and I don't think I'd like to go to that high school. Gina now controls the question as well.
Gina.
Yeah.
What did Cindy type on the computer to summon the police? What was her message to call the police? Was it 1, the killer's in the house, 2, white woman in trouble, 3, can you bring some donuts, 4, I've fallen and I can't get up?
White woman in trouble.
Wow.
That's 2-0 for Gina, a commanding lead. But, Brad, you have a chance to climb back into the game.
Brad?
All right.
What is the book that Cindy is reading? Is it 1, Harry Pothead, 2, Board of the Rings, 3, The Gay Gatsby, or 4, The I'm Really Hungry Games?
The Gay Gatsby.
Incorrect, Gina.
I don't know.
You wanna hear- A, Harry Pothead?
Yeah. Oh, that was a total guess.
Well, Gina sweeps the game.
Wow.
Brad almost didn't get a chance to say anything. And now you'll be
I guess I gotta
enjoying.
go rewatch those movies.
Yeah.
You'll be enjoying delicious Lehigh Bakery donuts, and poor Brad will go home empty-handed.
People shouldn't expect me to do that again. That was a
That may never happen.
No.
You whipped him like a souffle.
Hang on, Brad. All right.
I'm going. Goodbye.
You're just out of here?
Yes.
You can't leave until I turn the music down.
Oh, you're right. I can't.
It's
I'm
like-
trying to.
It's like a Doctor Strange spell,
I'm,
you know?
I'm trying to, but I can't leave.
Tell me the truth, Gina. You guessed on all of those.
Totally guess.
I knew you didn't see those movies. I just knew it. Okay, Johnny, you're free.
Thank you.
You're released. Okay, 6:21. Let's get this over with.
All right, we will officially begin the program here on the second day of our Road Home Mediathon. And we'll officially begin the show, and then we'll go to your check-ins at 877-602-9696. I'm sure that you want to bid us a happy vacation. So check in with the Radio from Hell show. Gina?
Winter is here. Stop by your local Big O for the best savings and selection on winter tires. Big O Tires, the team you trust.
Yeah, winter is here. It's supposed to get stormy and wintry later on today, right?
Yeah, I'm so excited because Festus comes home from the Navy today, and the only way we were going to get together was outside, and it's supposed to be snowy and windy, and
You'll figure something out. You could sit in cars next to each other. It'll be festive. All right, the moon is, let's see, it's in its first quarter, it's 55.6% of full, and moving towards being full. It'll be a full moon on December 29th. The moon will set today at let's see. No, Rise today at 1:09 p.m. Today being Tuesday. It's the 22nd day of December in the year of our Lord Jesus Christ 2020. There are now 267 days we've been broadcasting from our homes in semi-quarantine because of the pandemic. That's 9.5 months if I do the math right. There are now 30 days left in the Trump S show, and we will then have Biden and Harris. Now join with us in celebrating National Date Nut Bread Day. We are the Radio from Hell show, the lovers of date nut bread. Carrie Jackson.
Hey, speak for yourself.
You don't like date nut bread? What's not to like?
The dates and the nuts.
You don't like
in the
nuts
bread?
either?
You don't like dates?
I don't like nuts in bread. Nuts don't belong in bread. Katie agrees with me.
No, it's a wonderful little
Lord.
texture thing.
No.
You get the soft gingery sponge. The soft gingery sponge is offset by the nice crunch of the walnut.
You've been listening
In
to the Great
Gina's,
British Baking
in
Show.
Gina's Bake.
Jima's Bake. This is the Radio from Hell show starring the Lords of Morning Radio, the dates and the nuts of the airwaves, Carrie Jackson, Bill Allred, and Gina Barberi. Katie, for short, is the producer wearing a really beautiful holiday sweater. What is that on there?
It's a
Dinosaur.
dinosaur.
I can't.
T-Rex.
My screen
and
does not allow. Oh, Santa's
Baby
riding
T-Rex.
It's a smaller T-Rex dressed as Santa
Oh, I see.
riding a
Yeah.
larger T-Rex.
Yeah, I got it.
It says an awful lot.
That's Katie. She's our producer.
Yes.
She has many obsessions, doesn't she? And then Skip and Miriam are helping out in the producer's booth. We thank you so much for that. Now we go to your check-ins.
Yes, let's begin with Anonymous. I'm always
Uh-oh.
hesitant to take.
Why do you want to be anonymous, sir or madam?
I'm a madam. Are you talking to me?
Well, I don't know.
Yes.
You're the one who said anonymous. So.
And you'll have to
Okay.
speak up.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm anonymous, and I'm from Ogden, right outside of Ogden, where Bill's sister has a restaurant. I've been there on 25th Street, and
Yeah.
I love you guys so much. I've been listening to you for decades.
I know
And,
I know who this is, don't I?
No, I don't think so, but I know who you guys are, and I've looked you up on my son's internet and and read about your lives, and I'm just really enjoy listening to you every morning.
Thank you.
It starts my day, and you wanted to know about a Christmas song, and no one knows, no one remembers it. It's been when I was a young kid. It's Yogi Jorgensen. Do you know him?
Yes, going that's Christmas.
That's it.
Or was it Jingle Bells? Because
Yeah,
that was
that's right.
the, that
It
was
was
the
I Yes-
B-side. The B-side of I Just Go Nuts is Jingle Bells.
I just go nuts at Christmas.
That's it. I just love that one.
She just loves it.
I just love it. Well, there you go. You get a little bit of it, Anonymous, and have a happy
Peace
holiday.
on earth,
Hey, you
everybody, and goodwill toward men. And
Hey,
just
I
at that
love that,
moment,
yeah.
someone slugged Uncle
Gabriel
Ben.
Heater on the radio.
All right.
I'm glad. Okay, well, have a wonderful
you.
Christmas.
You
Thank you
too.
very
And
much.
love you guys. Bye.
Love you.
Bye.
We'll see you. Let's go to Bradshaw. I could recite that whole thing for you, by the way.
Oh, God.
You don't want that, but I could. Bradshaw is on the phone. Hi, Bradshaw.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
I was just reminiscing. I think I was one of the last people to shake your hand last year, Bill, down at the tent.
He hasn't
Oh, yeah?
washed it since. Bill said I shook Bradshaw's hand. I'll never
No.
wash it again.
I have washed it, but I did have the name Bradshaw tattooed on my knuckles.
You have to do 2 letters on each knuckle. There you go.
No, you
Yeah.
could do if you did both fists. You could
Oh,
do
yeah.
Bradshaw.
Oh,
yeah.
See? Yeah.
Okay.
That's what I did. Brad and Shaw.
I'm flattered.
Yep, you're the left hand. Brad is the left hand, Shaw the right hand. So, do you have anything other to tell us, Bradshaw?
May I ask you a question?
Yes.
Don't be offended, but do you guys reach into your pocket too for this?
Of course.
Yes.
Okay. Good.
Every year.
I was just curious, you know.
Oh, I didn't know what he meant. I thought he was asking a personal question, like, I took you
Just
aside there.
You know,
Just
you
tucking
reach
in
into
my
your,
shirt.
when no one's looking.
Yeah, you reach into your pocket, you know.
I was tucking in my shirt. I was laying down to tuck in my shirt.
That's
I
right.
don't understand you people.
Yes, we do, Bradshaw.
Yes.
I was just. I'm sorry.
Well, I don't know. Why would you wonder that?
I'm just a curious kind of person, I guess. I don't know.
Actually, every year, this is the first year in 10 years I have not had. I have a Christmas party every year. My Christmas party is always a fundraiser for the road home. I have my family and some friends over, and the whole purpose of it is to gather up money for the road home. And
She gathers up a lot of money from her friends and relatives, so she doesn't have to contribute. She
No.
says, "Oh, I did the party." That's why she does it that way.
no, and then I give my contribution and all theirs at the same time.
You guys are awesome. The work you do.
Yes,
Not
we
just
are.
this drive, but throughout the community, I think.
Bradshaw,
Thanks,
thank
Bradshaw.
You think,
So
Bill,
happy holidays.
You too.
thank you. Bill, do you think you could add an exclamation point to your Bradshaw tattoo on your
Yes.
thumb? Does it work that way? No, I don't think it works.
No.
Unless you did it like that.
Yeah, no, I couldn't.
No,
do
you
that.
couldn't do that. Sorry. All right, Bradshaw, thank you very much. Don't forget to call and make your donation. Bradshaw, 801-819-7300. That's the phone number to call and make a telephone donation with your credit card. Or if you'd prefer, most people do online, x96.com. You just click on the Road Home links there, and it'll take you to a secure site. And you can make your donation and give X96 credit. We appreciate that. Because, yes, we're doing this for charity, but at the end of the day, we want to dominate.
Yes.
Plain and simple. We won't lie to you. That's the motivation here.
No, we do charity work. It is a great addition to the community, but we
Yes.
mainly do it to make ourselves feel important.
It's all
All right.
selfish.
We do have Big Boy News and Opinioendo full strength coming up after these. Stand by for that. Gina, traffic, please.
Yes, we have a crash at the top of the on-ramp from University Avenue in Provo to go northbound I-15. The left shoulder is blocked there. There's a truck fire southbound I-15 at 106 South in Sandy. The right lane and shoulder are being occupied with emergency vehicles, but there's not a lot of traffic right now, so not causing much slowage there. And what do you see out there on the roads? I don't know. You need to tell me. Make sure it's safe for you to do it, and then you can always text us 33986.
All right. We will take a break. We will be back with full strength Big Boy News and Opinioendo after these and more as we continue our, day 2 of the Road Home Mediathon. 801-819-7300 or x96.com. Big O Tires also has a website, bigotires.com. You could find a location near you.
The team you trust, Big O Tires. Remember, $120 in savings this December on Yokohama, Goodyear, and Continental tires. Make sure your tires and your car are ready for winter, and we're going to have some snow coming up today, so it'd be a good time to go to Big O Tires.
Yeah, it's not all about snow tires specifically. Now it's about winter tires, and yes, you do need them because they grip the road better. They're made of a softer material, and you're going to feel safer driving on some winter tires from Big O.
It's also really a good idea to find the Big O Tire store in your neighborhood, either close to your home or close to your work, and kind of, let them get to know you and befriend you. And the more they know you and your car, the better they can help you. So if you go to their website, bigotires.com, you'll find a store near you. Remember, Big O Tires, they are indeed the team you trust.
So the other day, my husband makes a pronouncement, Dr. Jones. He says, our family is going to start a new bedtime ritual, and it involves golden milk.
Can you do this while you're clothed?
Yes.
Okay.
And I said, what is golden milk?
Now, I've heard of it. Then you brought it up yesterday, and so I looked it up, and I bought the ingredients for it yesterday.
Because it sounds delicious, doesn't it?
Golden milk is a traditional Indian drink that has its roots in Ayurveda health practices Ancient Healing, a blend of hot milk and ground turmeric. Now, this recipe that I have, shall I read it and see if it's similar to your husband's?
Let's see what yours.
So it goes on to talk about the benefits of golden milk. Turmeric is a known anti-inflammatory.
Which is a good thing to have before bed.
Yeah. So you take a cup and a half of light coconut milk. Canned is best, but carton works fine, that says. 1.5 cups of unsweetened plain almond milk. 1.5 teaspoons of ground turmeric. A quarter teaspoon of ground ginger, or fresh if you would care to do that. There's a way to do that. 1 whole cinnamon stick. 1 tablespoon of coconut oil, and a pinch of black pepper. Then sweeten it with anything pretty much you like. It suggests here coconut sugar, stevia, I guess stevia is like non-caloric.
Yeah.
Right? Or maple syrup, which sounds kind of good to me.
We did honey with ours.
And then you just put it all together in a pan and heat it up and then drink it.
And a twist of black pepper, which sounds kind of weird.
No, that's what I read that.
Yeah, to finish it on
black
on the
pepper.
top.
Sounds
And
good.
It's so you've bought it. You haven't made it yet.
I bought all the ingredients. I was going to make some last night, but I didn't do it.
It was delicious. However, it has turmeric in it.
Yeah.
Which stains everything it touches.
Yellow.
And I said to Mohammed, you have to drink this at the counter. You can't carry it into the living room. You can't take it to your room.
Yeah.
Your golden milk has to be. And he said, well, I want to go sit by the fire. And I can see what, because, you want to sip a little hot drink by the. No, you have to sit.
And
so
did he?
He did.
Okay.
And managed to stain things anyway.
And we all finished our golden milk, and we all liked it. There's something about it's the old thing of having a warm milk before bed.
It says here it's creamy, comforting, coconutty, and it has a ginger infused, slightly spicy and sweet flavor.
It's delicious. But I looked at all of our cups after.
Yes.
And they were all orange.
No, you need to use black cups.
And I said to the kids, if this becomes a nightly Jones family tradition, I'm going to have to supervise the drinking of it as well as the teeth brushing after it, because we're all going to end up with orange teeth if we're not careful.
Here's what you need to do is make sure you drink it. Use the same cups every time, so it doesn't matter if they're stained.
These are our turmeric golden milk.
These are the golden milk cups.
Yeah, golden milk cups.
Yeah,
I can't wait to try it. I think I'll make some Indian food tonight and then have it after dinner.
I think you'll love it. And
it sounds great.
I actually took mine and had it in the bathtub and sipped it.
I told you have to have it at the counter. You cannot take it to the bathtub, as nice as that may be.
Yeah.
No,
it was.
I don't
was
understand
lovely.
why there's a double standard for parents and children, and there just shouldn't be. That's not fair.
There shouldn't be?
No.
I paid for all the things in the house. If I spill turmeric on them, I paid for it.
If my kids spill turmeric, it's been a long-standing rule. If you spill turmeric on something, you pay for it. You turmericed it, you bought it.
So that's on a day like today when it's kind of snowy and overcast, just think of ending your day with a nice cup of golden milk.
Just look up golden milk. You'll find any number of recipes for
I've
it.
just come to the conclusion that your husband is a hippie that showers regularly.
Yes. He is.
Are you sure about the showering
yes.
thing?
He is.
All right, 6:38 right now, and we're starting out day 2 of the Mediathon. Looking okay. 801-819-7300. Because of the Huntsman family dollar match, your $1 becomes $2. Your 10 becomes 20. Do I have to do math for you? This is how
It's
it works.
more.
801-819-7300 is the phone number, or you can go to x96.com. Those are both credit card enabled donation ways. For physical donations, go to the Men's Resource Center at 3380 South, 1000 West in South Salt Lake. All right, let's. I keep forgetting I need to have the crowd sound effects on, so it feels like we're doing the Mediathon.
Mm-hmm. Kerry, why are you ruining the magic? You're not supposed to tell people that's a sound effect.
I'm sorry. There we go. All right, Big Boy News and Opinioendo now, full strength, brought to you by.
Help save a life. Be part of the solution. Earn up to $500 this month at Grifols Plasma. Go to grifolsplasma.com for more information.
I can't wait to see this. Peter Jackson, great director, of course, most known for the Lord of the Rings trilogy, The Hobbit, has an update on a documentary that he's been working on.
Yeah.
Long production on this. It's called The Beatles Get Back. He's also given fans of the Beatles a first look at the film, which will be released next year. The movie, which chronicles the Beatles' recording sessions for the album Let It Be, was originally scheduled to be released last September. The film was due to be finished around now, but like the rest of the world, it's been affected by COVID, said the Lord of the Rings trilogy director. Well, why has it? New Zealand, there's no COVID there. Peter, you're just a lazy person. The only good thing, really, is that we're editing the movie in New Zealand, and now that our country has largely stamped out the virus, we're able to come back into the cutting room and carry on with the editing that we were doing. So here we are. We've got 56 hours of never-before-seen Beatles footage, and it's great stuff. It's not just, odds.
So
and
they've been going through all of those the unseen footage and the stuff that they decide that they're going to use. Then they're sending it through this contraption that he has created that enhances the film. It brings out the colors and makes it so that it looks new, and the sound is improved. I wish I could remember the name of this system that he's got that he created. That is taking, and he's done this with footage from like World War II. He's taken World War II films and sent it through this system to color it and to enhance it and make the sound better, and it looks like it was shot yesterday.
Cool.
21 Pilots' never-ending and level of concern video has set a Guinness World Record. The clip is officially the longest music video of all time, clocking in at a total runtime of, 177 days, 16 hours, 10 minutes, 15 seconds. I didn't pre-read this, so I don't know what that means.
Yeah, I don't know if you're... Okay.
Since its premiere in June, the video has been uploading a continuous stream of fan-submitted content as level of concern played indefinitely until it finally came to an end December 16th. 21 Pilots announced the conclusion of a project with a skit, which drummer Josh Dunn accidentally unplugs a mini server that kept the footage going. So they sort of set this up.
It would have kept going, yeah.
Yeah. They set this up too, though. Let's see how long we can keep this going, and they exhorted their fans to keep uploading it to see how long they could do it. Well, there has been a stimulus bill passed. Congress has passed a massive virus stimulus bill. It's a $900 billion package. This is going to mean that people will get $600 direct payments. So you'll get stimulus checks of $600. The last checks were $1,500. Why are they $600 this time? Well, it seems that there are people in Congress who believe that there are people who would rather not get a job.
For $600?
Yeah.
For $1,200?
Even $1,200, you can't.
Yeah. The people. This disincentivizes people to go out and work.
They're freeloaders.
It does not.
No, and this is the party that claims they represent the working person, the everyday working guy.
They have
no clue how these people live every day.
The other lie that's told and continually, well, they aren't using this money to stimulate the economy anyway. They're just putting it in their savings.
No,
This doesn't. So you contradict yourself by saying that, and no, except for Forbes magazine, most sources will tell you that the last stimulus check, Americans used those checks to buy food, pay for housing,
Pay rent.
pay rent, and in some cases pay off long-term debt, which is not that helpful. But and some did put it into savings. Those who already had a pretty good paycheck coming in, they put it aside.
We wanted everyone to go buy an Xbox. That is why we gave you the $600.
Well, that is
everyone
really.
will buy a
Yeah.
Xbox.
People will go out and use it, and they put money into the economy, and that's really that's good. That's a good thing, and that's what the people should do with that money, and it is what most people do with it. And it doesn't make people freeloaders. And now it's been what, 4 years before I've heard a Republican even say the word deficit.
Yep.
And
Oh,
now they're
we're
saying
talking- now we're-
Now there's a
Listen,
problem.
Chris Stewart
Yeah.
voted no because it's going to build up the deficit.
But those tax cuts for the 1%,
No.
that's not a problem.
That was
That's,
okay.
That was okay. And again, more and more studies all the time. Trickle-down economics is a lie. It does not do it.
And before we get the text from people saying, yeah, well, Joe Biden's going to raise your taxes, unless you make $400,000 a year, you're not going to have your taxes raised.
So it's
by
going to
Joe
hurt
Biden.
me. President Trump has turned to a fringe group of advisors peddling increasingly dubious tactics
Yep.
to overturn the results of the election, creating a dire situation that multiple senior officials and people close to the president say has led to new levels of uncertainty at how Trump will resist the coming end to his tenure. So multiple senior officials and people close to the president who just now are realizing
Wait a minute.
that there's something wrong here. No one is sure where this is heading, one official said. He's still the president for another month. Now, there's a local guy, a person who's from Utah who's involved in all of this as well. Former Overstock CEO Patrick Byrne said he was at that Friday meeting at the White House, which was convened to discuss Trump's strategy to reverse the election in favor of him.
Isn't he the one that had the affair with Maria Butina, the Russian spy?
In the meeting, according to the Times, and so he was invited to this meeting at the White House, apparently. In the meeting, according to the Times, the New York Times, the idea of seizing voting machines in several states was raised by Sidney Powell, Trump's lawyer, and former National Security Advisor Michael Flynn. While not included in the initial report, Patrick Byrne was also present. Multiple reports said that the meeting got heated at times and devolved into a screaming match as White House aides pushed back on Sidney Powell and Michael Flynn's suggestions on overturning the election. Now, Mr. Patrick Byrne, former CEO of Overstock.com, attacked several White House staffers for being insufficiently loyal to the president as he faces defeat leaving office on January 20th. Byrne tweeted, "For the first time in my life, I feel sorry for Donald Trump. He's standing up to his waist in snakes. Trust Rudy Giuliani and Sidney Powell only, because they're the sane ones in the room."
Jeez.
By the way, investigations are beginning in Rudy Giuliani, and they want to take his electronics and look into them. That's the latest thing.
The first thing they're starting with is his electric shaver. They're going to look
Probably.
at that. The Vatican has told Roman Catholics that it was morally acceptable. This is good news for you.
Let me hear.
Morally acceptable for them to use, for you, Gina, you are them,
Yes.
to use COVID-19 vaccines, even if their production has cells drawn from tissues of aborted fetuses.
But they
I don't think it does. A note from the Vatican Doctrinal Congregation, the Congregation for Doctrine of Faith, said the use of such vaccines was permitted as long as there was no alternative. Well, if that's your only choice,
And that's not how they make
but
it.
but you know,
But there are
ask
rumors.
around. Maybe maybe
There
there's
are
a non look for a vaccine that says aborted fetus free
Abortion-free.
on the aborted fetus free on the label.
That's
and
not
if it,
how they make it.
Catholics.
let's see, the coronavirus here in Utah, 1,891 new cases. Hospitals here have now gotten the Moderna vaccine. Most hospitals in Utah had started inoculating people with Pfizer. Now they can use the Moderna. It's a great moment for us. We've been waiting for this for a long time. We're super excited to get it done, said Liz Barnes, an ICU nurse at Lakeview Hospital. Governor Herbert says he expects that the general public will start getting a coronavirus vaccine by April here in Utah. So January, February, March, April.
You're gonna be needing your face masks for a
Yeah.
while, and as a matter of fact, I'm going to continue to wear mine. I think.
Governor Herbert said more companies are offering the vaccine, and that means doses will be available across the state. The Utah Department of Health has prioritized healthcare workers first, then long-term care facilities, teachers, and essential workers. The agency has said it could see the vaccine being available for widespread distribution as early as March or as late as July. So Governor Herbert looked at that and said, that sounds like it means April to me. And finally this, Walmart says it has an incredibly convenient new return policy.
Oh,
So it's worked with FedEx to create this convenient option for people who would prefer not, if you want to return something, you can do it through FedEx. Well, not to be
That's
outdone.
cool.
Well, not to be outdone, Target has said, if you want to return something to Target, all you have to do is drive past and throw it at us. Just from your car. So you drive, you get your kid, whatever you want to return, just throw it toward the store.
I don't
and you
think
can
that's true.
maybe I misread that.
I don't think that's true.
Let me check into that. Check that. Don't get in your car and head to Target.
Don't do that.
Don't do that.
Bill already told me to do
Yeah.
this, you yell as you
check that.
chuck it out the window.
Let me look and see if I may have misread that, or it may be a spurious source. I'm not sure.
We'll follow the story all morning if we have to.
That. All right.
Sports weather traffic.
Strong Volkswagen unlocks stronger pricing at strongvw.com. Well, big local sports news yesterday. Kyle Beckerman, the longest tenured Major League Soccer player, hung up his boots Monday and brought an end to a career that lasted 21 of the league's 25 seasons in existence.
He wore boots when he played soccer?
They all wear boots. That's your boots.
They're shoes, aren't
That's
they?
what you call your shoes.
Is this unexpected? This seems unexpected. I don't know. I'm not a sports person. This
Yeah.
seems unexpected to me, though.
He played 13 and a half seasons with Real Salt Lake, 9-time MLS All-Star, won the MLS Cup with RSL in 2009. He has a lot of records. He's got most games played at 498, games started at 461, and most minutes played. Now, he could have reached 500 games during this last season, but it was last season, and things were weird. And yeah, it's kind of sad because he's not going to get the big retirement
The
farewell.
big send-off, yeah.
Although I would expect next season they do something for him once they have a big home game. They'll do a proper
something.
send off for him.
Like get him a new car, or
Maybe. And he hasn't said what he's going to do yet. He's not ruling out being part of the organization, some kind of coaching or
Yeah, that'd
something
be-
like
that'd be
that.
cool.
So, and he
hairstylist.
yeah. And he has big thank yous for all the Utah fans.
Does he still wear the dreads?
Oh no, he cut those off a while ago.
Okay.
But he's handsome either way.
I like them. They look good.
He's Utah's own, and we love him. So, thanks for all the years of play, Captain. Let's see, weather. I'm so mad about this damn weather.
Why?
Well, because Festus flies in today, and I'm not letting him come home.
That's Gina's son. He's been playing Navy.
He's been at the Navy.
He's a seaman.
He's been at Navy corpsman school, and he's coming home today. And we had all planned out. We have a fire pit. And we were going to sit around the fire pit and do a little,
You
we
can
haven't
still
seen him
do
in
it.
6 months.
Do it.
But it's supposed to be
Well-
windy and snowy and...
It's windy now, and I don't know what time you had plans for this, but starting at 11
Yeah.
and going until about 3.
So that it may be okay, because his
but then
flight
it
gets
starts-
in at 2:30.
Then it starts up again at about 7.
Yeah.
So,
Gina, I would just say there are parents in this world who've gone through much worse for their children.
Then sitting
Yeah, I saw-
outside in a
We'll have to
snowstorm.
stay inside it.
like that movie Sophie's Choice. That's a
It's
good
not
example.
that.
Is it not?
So,
Oh.
so I should feel better because it's not
Yeah.
that. Yeah, so that's the weather, and I mean, and I don't want to be down on the snow because this is our best chance of snow before Christmas, unfortunately. So
Yes.
I do hope we get a little of the white stuff.
All right. Traffic.
And snow.
Let's see, we have a crash. The top of the on-ramp from University Avenue in Provo to go northbound I-15. The left shoulder is blocked there. I think that's it. Let me check our message stream, see if anybody's sent any traffic alerts there. No, but if you see something and it's safe for you to text it to us, you can always do that at 33986.
All right. Thank you very much. Everybody's doing it according to this graph. Our listeners certainly are. The rest of the stations, maybe not so much. So, this is those darn bleeding heart liberals doing all the heavy lifting here.
Heavy lifting, yeah. Now this
So,
is the totals that we have here. We're way ahead of everybody else today in fundraising.
For the road home is what we're
Yeah.
talking about.
Yes.
801-819-7300. That's a good place to call. And if you have a shout out you want us to do, that's where you can make that happen. If you're more comfortable donating just with your credit card online, it's really easy to do. Just go to x96.com, click on the road home banner, and there's a big red donate button. Just go through that and
There's
donate.
also some links where you can bid on a concert, personal concert that you could have with Blue October or with Mr. Christmas himself, Kurt Bester.
And those are at x96.com on the Road Home links page. Just look for them, and you can have a concert from Blue October. It's a via Zoom thing, but it's just you.
Yeah.
You and
probably
maybe
play
a few of your
requests.
friends,
They'll probably-
you'd be interacting with them and ask them to play requests. I'm
I
sure
know
that
Kurt.
they would.
I know Kurt Bester said he'd play requests probably,
Yeah.
and he'd even do it on Christmas Eve. That could, if you
Yeah.
can't be with your parents on Christmas Eve, and your mom's particularly sad about that, you could say, "Mom, guess what? We're gonna Zoom with Kurt Bester, and he's gonna sing Christmas songs just for you." She would love that.
She would totally
Get
love
that
that
for your mom.
Christmas present. Absolutely. All right, so don't forget the numbers 801-819-7300 or go to x96.com and follow the links to the secure donation site. This, even though we're doing it virtually this year, you can watch us at x96.com/live. I was told that the sound effects actually help.
It's soothing. It
So
feels like
it's-
something's happening.
It's the sounds of noisy people at the homeless shelter. Oh, there's good-looking Santa. There he goes.
Hi, where is he? Oh, there. No, he's coming back here to the table just to say hi.
Oh, the sports station's being loud again.
Bells,
Oh.
Gina. Where are your bells? There we go.
right.
There's the good-looking Santa right up in our face.
I see the bells have upset my dogs.
I'm sorry.
So, your dogs don't care for the good-looking Santa, apparently.
No, they don't. All right, we will take a break. We will be back and more with our day 2 of our Mediathon fundraiser for the road home after these. Manscaped.com.
Last minute gift idea for the man in your life, or I suppose you could get, it doesn't have to be for the man in your life, it could be for your partner. But what you need to do is go to manscaped.com and use the promo code X96, and you'll get 20% off what you want to order, and you'll get free shipping. So imagine your partner opens this attractive box that says, "Your boys will thank you," with the most sought-after gadgets and scents and potions that one could want for grooming below the waist from Manscaped. There's a Lawnmower 3.0 trimmer, the best trimmer on the market for trimming your personal hair. If you want nose hair help, they have a nose hair trimmer, which is great. It's the season to manscape, so get yourself, your dad, your brother, get your husband, friends, Manscaped. Go to manscaped.com, use the promo code X96, get 20% off and free shipping.
Now, I have a little bit of advice for people for St. Patrick's Day.
Okay.
I saw this online today, and it says these are clever things that you can do.
I bet they're not clever.
For your St. Patrick's Day shenanigans. These are clever captions you could use on Instagram, for instance.
Okay.
And I'm saying if you do these things, you're a fool. You should not. Here, St. Patrick's Day captions for friends and loved ones on your Instagram posts. So as you post your stupid Instagram drunken pictures, you should caption them with things like this. "I'm not Irish, but kiss me anyway."
No. Don't do that.
This is clever. These are clever things that people have thought up for you because you're not clever. How about this one? "Irish, you were here."
No.
Never.
No? How about this one?
Don't use that.
"About to get lucky, insert shamrock and wink face emojis."
No.
"Lucky me, I have you." No?
I mean, that's just nice. I
"Irish
don't mind
whiskey
that one.
makes me frisky."
I do like Irish whiskey.
Oh, yeah.
How about funny St. Patrick's Day captions for eating, drinking, and being Irish? "The leprechaun made me do it." "Take a picture, it'll last longer." Picture like as in picture of beer.
No,
Okay.
boo.
That is bad.
"The patty don't start till I walk in."
That was kind of funny.
It is.
It made me laugh.
"The patty don't start till I walk in."
It's a Kesha reference. The party don't start.
I know. No.
all right.
Okay. "Ready to get shamrocked?"
No.
No. How about, okay, cute St. Patrick's Day captions for babies and kids.
Oh, okay.
Okay, here we go. I'm telling you, don't use any of these. "Little Miss Lucky Charm." So if you put a picture of your
yeah.
kid
This
there.
is like Instagram stuff.
"Wee bit of trouble.
Oh.
My little good luck charm."
Yeah.
Okay, Irish blessings and proverbs to use for
Okay,
St.
all right,
Patrick's Day.
let's try these. Maybe these.
Wind at your back and road racing.
"May your pockets
you
be
and-
heavy and your heart be light. May good luck pursue you each morning and night." Well, that's okay.
Okay. A little wordy, but
Yeah. How about, now these are all terrible.
Yeah. What do you do? What are you doing for St. Patrick's Day?
Nothing. I'll be in
Oh,
Las
yeah.
Vegas.
Oh, that's right.
Oh, that's right. Oh, crap.
oh my!
Oh, Bill, that's a horrible time to be in Vegas.
You just realized
I
that?
just realized
Oh
that.
no,
Oh, this is
Now,
bad.
wait a minute.
that's almost like being in Mexico on spring break.
Yeah,
No,
this
wait.
is bad.
Wait a minute. What?
St.
Yeah, it's
St. Pat's
Sunday.
is Sunday.
I'm gonna wait a minute. It's on Sunday, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what exactly am I going to be doing on Sunday? Let me
Oh,
see.
this
Shouldn't
is
leave
bad.
your
I'm
don't
gonna
leave
be-
your hotel room.
Yeah, don't leave the pool.
Sunday, I'm going to be. I'm going to be at the Piff, the Magic Dragon show.
It's on Sunday.
Yeah.
Well, then you might be okay if you're at. I just wouldn't be out on the street.
Everybody in the audience is going to be drunk.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Really, really, really
Oh
drunk.
yeah, absolutely.
So you should be just
No, well,
so you fit in.
no.
I wouldn't. Yeah, don't go to Vegas on St. Patrick's Day
New Year's Eve.
or New Year's. I know I did New Year's in Las Vegas, and oh man, what a mess! What an absolute mess!
I mean, I didn't even think about that. I just
Oh wow.
So
Well, maybe you should take one of those cute sayings with you and
Yeah.
use it.
kiss me, I'm Irish.
Yeah. No.
No, So I will be sober so that I can fend them off.
You would take your cudgel.
I have one on my
I
desk.
know. Take it.
I will.
You can beat people away from you as you go through the
And,
crowd.
and I wouldn't be sober if I were you. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to take. If you're sober, it's going to be worse.
Well, I'm just afraid I won't. I'm just afraid if I'm not sober, I will get in a fight. If I'm drunk, I'll get in a fight.
Stay in your pool.
Yeah, don't get in a fight.
Yeah,
Don't do that.
Because my defense, I'll just be.
Your defenses are down.
My defenses are down, and I'll just be. I don't take that kind of crap from anybody. And then I'll get beaten up.
Yeah, you're in trouble.
Oh,
All right, I can't hear anything over the Mixed Morning Show. I can't.
They can be funny without being so loud. Why do they have to be so
No, they
loud?
can't. No, they can't. What are you talking about? So, all right. We're going to play an interview here.
Yes.
Second. I was just thinking as I heard that crowd noise, though, Carrie, that I miss the people, the friends of the program who come to say hi during our broadcast, and I feel really bad because Richie, the guy, the
from
guy who's,
Kentucky.
Well, he's from here, but he goes to a special school in Kentucky for people who have disabilities, and he comes home for Christmas every year, spend time with his parents, and he always comes to see us. And he talks too loud, and and he's
every year he comes and makes a donation.
He's so excited to come and see us and be a part of it. So Richie, if you're listening, and I bet you are, Richie Smale is his name, by the way.
That's it. Yeah,
Smale.
We miss you, Richie.
We miss you. Have a happy holiday.
Say hi to your parents for us.
Yeah. Richie sends me email occasionally, so Richie. Reach out with email and say hi and Merry Christmas. All right. So now.
Yes. 801-819-7300. It's day 2 of our Mediathon happening right now. Or you can go to x96.com and follow the links to find the secure space for the road home. There is the bidding on the concerts, the personal concerts, zoomed into your living room or wherever you'd like. For bidding for Blue October to a private show. Also Kurt Bester, Mr. Christmas.
Yep.
So you can bid on those. Those would be great gifts, or just for your own damn self. Mm-hmm. So, and if you want to make physical donations, you can head down to the Men's Resource Center. They have people set up there taking your donations. At 3380 South, 1000 West in South Salt Lake. So many ways that you can help the road home this year. Okay, all right. Let's go to this interview. Who is it that we have lined up here? This is
Taylor.
Taylor Johnson. Yeah.
Yeah. She's with the Road Home, and, well, it'll speak for itself. And now it's our pleasure to be talking to Taylor Johnson, who's the development director. Is that what we call you, Taylor?
The development coordinator.
Development coordinator for the Road Home. So that means that you coordinate development.
Yes.
I don't know what that means exactly, Taylor.
No, it's close. It was close. So I work with a wonderful group of individuals, and we help raise awareness and funds, just like through this event today and tomorrow, to raise the funds needed to provide programs and services to people experiencing homelessness.
Mm-hmm. By the way, we're doing that right now. You can call and donate 801-819-7300. That's 801-819-7300. And make sure you tell them you're making your donation on behalf of X96 because we want to be better than all the other radio stations in the amount of money raised. So the Road Home, is the Road Home serving more people than ever before? Has it stayed about the same? What are the numbers looking like?
Yeah, so we are definitely serving a number of individuals. Nightly, we serve about 750 in shelter. And so especially right now, as we're going into the colder months, we're going to see an increase in the number of people turning to us in need. As people need shelter, nobody can stay out in the cold weather. And so anybody coming in or anybody in need of services can call the hotline. It's 801-990-9999. And the teams there can help anybody get a bed.
Yeah, it's now some time ago, and I think this was before you were on the staff of the Road Home, but you probably heard me talk about it. I spent a night at the old shelter, the downtown shelter. The Road Home said, "Well, you want to see what it's like to have to do this?" And I said, "Sure." And so, but the reason I bring it up is that if you need shelter and you're listening to this, there's no shame in this. They treat you so well and so just so kindly when you go and say, I need a place to stay. They don't ask you why. There are almost no questions. It's, okay, here's a blanket and here's a bed that you can have for the night and you can stay warm. I think that's a remarkable thing that the Road Home does. And so I'm sure, Taylor, you would encourage people as well. If you need shelter, call that number. What is it again, the hotline number?
Yes. Yeah, it's 801-990-9999. And just like you said, we operate a low-barrier shelter. And so if you need shelter, we don't it doesn't matter on your age, your race, religion, anything like that. If you are in need of shelter, we will help you.
Yeah, it's there again. It was just so non-judgmental. I think they asked me one question: Where did you spend the night last night? Mm-hmm. And I said, at my house. And they said, okay. There was no. They didn't say, well, then what are you doing here? Or it was just. I can't describe it better than that. I think it was just so non-judgmental and so just calm, and it was wonderful. Taylor, a lot of kids in shelter too right now, right?
Yes. Yep. Staying at our Midvale Family Resource Center, we do have a number of kids. And again, especially right now, even not only during winter, but during COVID as well, it's been difficult as they're still trying to go to school or handle online learning. And so any support for the kids as well, if that's warm weather clothing, such as coats or socks and boots, all of those are needed right now for kids.
And, of course, Christmas presents. If you want to give toys, buy toys if you want. And if this is for the Road Home and they do the Candy Cane Corner, it should be new, unwrapped toys. But
yes.
Gift cards are good, too, right?
Yes. So this year we are looking for gift cards as well in $5, $10, or $25 increments that we can then give to the parents, and they can go with their kids to shop for items.
That's a good way to do it as well. Taylor, thanks for talking with us for a few minutes. I know you're busy. There's a lot going on. We're raising money. But thank you for the work you do with the Road Home.
Thank you so much for having me.
I was just listening to the end of that interview. I was not drunk when we did that.
Are you sure?
I was slurring my words there at the end. That was broad daylight in the morning. Well, that
I didn't notice.
I did, but anyway.
All right. 801-819-7300 is the phone number you can call. Our operators are standing by. Have your credit card ready. They'll take your donation that way. Or if you want to do it online, x96.com has the proper links, and you can find your way there. Physical donations, take them to the Men's Resource Center at 3380 South, 1000 West in South Salt Lake. So the people in the shelter last night, 847. Families in the shelter, 58. 193 people in families total in Midvale and the various locations. Children in the shelter, 113.
Jeez.
That reminds
Think
me,
about that.
they're still looking for new unwrapped toys for those kids. They do their Candy King Corner where the parents can go and kind of shop for Christmas gifts for their kids. So if you have new unwrapped toys, those are the things you can take to the Men's Resource Center at 3380 South 10th West.
So there we go. Well, this continues. Today is the last day of our Mediathon, but the need is year-round, of course, and that's why we try to raise a whole bunch of money here all at once to help pay for throughout the year, to keep the lights on at the homeless shelters. So 801-8...
Oh, sorry, Carrie, go ahead.
801-819-7300.
I think there's a match on right now, too.
There is, yes. The Huntsman family are donating, so your $1 becomes $2. All right. So let's get underway. Let's do it. Toys for all ages, cast. Toys for all ages. The teens, though, especially, they need stuff for teens. And iTunes gift cards are good for that.
Or just any kind of gift card.
Any kind of gift card.
They could go buy themselves something.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, we've got Boners Round 1 coming up.
Yes.
Here are the candidates you will be considering. Number 1, go ahead. Get vaccinated. If you want to turn into a crocodile or a bearded lady. Boner candidate number 2, you guys picked the wrong nurse for a TV shot. And boner candidate number 3, the general is sorry.
Boners Round 1, Big Boy News, and Opinioendo, all coming up after these. X96. Senior. Spell it with me now. Senior. Senior. And now we'll use it in some dialogue featuring our 2 Utah friends, Elder LeGrand R. Dunn Jr. and his trailer-dwelling pal, LeVar. Imagine, if you will, LeVar and LeGrand enjoying a lazy Saturday afternoon of TV watching in LeVar's trailer home at the Restful View Mobile Home Park. Again, the word is senior. Yeah, sure is fun sitting around on a lazy day watching reruns ahead of the class with you, LeGrand. Glad you could come over.
Well, I had to get out of the house. I mean, for heck's sakes, Midge had a list of honey-dos for me as long as that hair on her mother's chin. I snuck out before she could put me to work.
You don't mind if I drink me some beer while head to the class is on, do you, LeGrand?
I've long ago given up trying to change your sinful ways, LeVar. You know I think that drinking beer is wrong, but I'm not going to say anything more about it.
Hey, what happened to the rest of the beer in this can I was working on? I know I didn't finish it.
I don't know. You must have drunk it. I'll get you another can of beer from the Frigidaire.
Head of the class. This is a really funny show. Reminds me of our school days, LeGrand.
Oh.
You remember? Me out in the parking lot and you over to the seminary building. We had some choice times, didn't we?
Sure did. Now, I'm proud to say I got my high school diploma and my seminary diploma. I don't believe you managed either one, did you?
Never mind. Boy, that redhead on head of the class sure reminds me of my old high school sweetheart. Hey, you remember Franny Hayes? God, I sure loved her.
I seen your old flame a couple of days ago, by the way. I seen your Franny Hayes at the Quick Stop. What happened between you two?
I dumped her. She got pregnant, so I dumped her. Got pregnant right here in this here trailer. How's she doing? She's probably got like 20 kids and not a pot to piss in, right?
Married a rich guy. She was driving a fancy Lexi or a Affinity or something like that, covered in diamonds. She looked good.
I don't care. I don't care for her no more.
Oh, come on, LeVar, you care. I seen your face fall when I told you. I seen your emotions fly to the surface.
Shut up and pass me another beer. Hey, you know what? This Alpo don't taste half bad when it's fried up like this.
Tonight on
Rod Decker, undercover.
Ace reporter Rod Decker goes undercover at the state capitol. What really goes on at the legislature? What are the power brokers up to? Rod knows the legislators put up a facade when they see him coming with a camera crew, and so Decker disguises himself as a schoolgirl on a field trip with Mrs. Spencer's 6th grade class.
Okay, kids, now settle down. Before we get back on the bus and go back to school, I want you to meet Governor Mike Leavitt.
Hi, kids. I hope you've enjoyed your visit to the Capitol today. Very important work takes place here. Do you have any questions? Yes, you, the tow-headed kid with the striped shirt.
What's with the car in the basement? Is that the Employee of the Month's car?
No, that's the Mormon Meteor. It was once the world speed record holder. Okay, you, the boy with the hat on backwards.
How come the Capitol has gold on the top of it? Isn't that a waste of money?
Well, Sonny, that's not gold, it's copper. Like a Duracell battery. And we have time for one more question before I have to get back to running the state. You in the back, the tall, homely girl with the pigtails and glasses.
Tell me, Governor Leavitt, will we have to spend tax money on the Olympics? How do you feel about having an official beer of the Olympic Games? What about I-15? Is it on schedule and anywhere near budget? Will tobacco be outlawed in this state?
Hold on here. You ask a lot of questions for a little girl. Say, I know you from somewhere.
I can assure you, sir, that you have never met me before. As you can see, I'm just an average 6th grade girl on a field trip.
You're Rod Decker.
No, my name is LaDonna, and what you're saying is, rather than handle some tough questions from a schoolgirl, you would prefer to make accusations about my true identity.
I knew it. You are Rod Decker. Rod, why didn't you just ask for an interview?
Well, there you have it. Politicians won't even let their guard down in front of innocent children. You can't get a straight answer from them, no matter who you are.
That's tonight on
Rod Decker, Undercover.
On the Channel 2 News at 6 and 10.
All right, let's see, it's 801-819-7300 is the number to call to make your donation to the road home. Oh, hang on. There we go.
That's better.
That's better.
That's the road home.
That's like we're really there. And you can see us broadcasting live from our homes by a road. X96.com.
Crowded my house.
Yes, x96.com/live. You can watch us as we broadcast from our home roads. The last day of the Mediathon. It's time to call and donate. Or log on, x96.com, and follow the links to make your donations that way. Whichever way you prefer, we can handle either one. But it is now time for you to pay attention because it's round one of your boners. Last boners of 2020. Last boner fight of 2020. So here we go. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, funny human behavior. You will decide with your vote of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day. If it wins here, it goes forward, faces off against the winner of Round 2's voting. Round 2 happens at 8:20. 3 different candidates. We take the winner there, and we take both of our winners and put them against each other at 9:20 this morning is when you will decide boner of the day. Right now, it's Round 1. Send one of these forward. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, you will vote, and one of you lucky random boner voters will receive.
I'm confident you will in the new year have the ability to pick up the Can't Buy It, Gotta Win It Radio from Hell Boner t-shirt. I don't know how far into the new year that will happen, but I'm confident it will happen next year.
You were pretty confident that Trump wouldn't be president, too.
Shut up.
I'm just saying, your confidence is kind of misplaced sometimes. Here's boner candidate number 1. Go ahead. Get vaccinated. If you want to turn into a crocodile or a bearded lady. Brazil's President Jair Bolsonaro has claimed that the COVID vaccine could turn people into crocodiles and give women beards. In a bizarre rant, the strongman president of Brazil, who previously dismissed COVID as a little flu,
that's right,
also said the Pfizer jab could give men effeminate voices.
What?
Bolsonaro says, now he tested positive for coronavirus after ignoring social distancing guidelines. He said he would not get the vaccine himself because he has antibodies, dismissing his critics as idiots. Bolsonaro slammed Pfizer for not taking responsibility for side effects of the vaccine, which has gone through very, very rigorous clinical testing. He said, in the Pfizer contract, it's very clear. We are not responsible for any side effects. If you turn into a crocodile, that's your problem. It says it right there in... He says if you become superhuman, if a woman starts to grow a beard or a man starts to speak with effeminate voices, Pfizer won't have anything to do with it. His country is just being consumed by coronavirus. You think we have bad leadership here? Well, you're right. And so does Brazil.
They also.
And so does Brazil.
I was going to say, they still are clinging to this weird idea that if you infect enough people that this herd mentality will be developed, and that's just not true. It's just not the case.
Not herd mentality, herd immunity.
Herd immunity. See, I did it. Trump did that.
The Trump thing.
Trump
Yeah,
made me
that's
do that.
You're, according to Bolsonaro, Kerry, you're one of those imbeciles. You're one of those idiots.
And maybe I'll turn into a crocodile.
Or a bearded lady.
Exit. Stage left.
Wally Gator? No.
Yeah, Wally Gator.
Was that his name, Wally Gator?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right, that's boner candidate number 1. Boner candidate number 2. Listen, you guys picked the wrong nurse for a TV shot. So a nurse named Tiffany Dover in Tennessee was on television with some other people getting the coronavirus vaccine. She passed out on live television. She got the vaccine and then just kind of like, a couple of minutes later, she got all woozy, and on live TV, she collapses. And people, of course, rush to her side. Tiffany Dover faded around 17 minutes after she got the vaccine. Medics rushed to her side. She has since been inactive on all of her social media and has not been seen in public since that day. So, of course, there are now rumors that she died from getting the vaccine on live TV in Tennessee. Not the case. Not the case. She's all right. Tiffany has... so she knows this about herself. It's called vagal reaction or something like that. People who... They faint when they get injections, when they get shots.
Yeah.
A lot of times they get woozy and faint when they just see other people getting
If she
shots.
knew that about herself, why did she do it on the TV?
Exactly. And why did they allow her to do this on the TV? That's boner candidate number 2. You picked the wrong person for a TV shot. And the rumors are swirling that the vaccine killed her, and I don't know. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3, the general is sorry.
Boner candidate number 3 for round 1 coming up after this. Big Boy News and Opinioendo brought to you by...
Are you not entertained? Haster Games has a huge inventory of great board games, Magic, and more. Haster Games, 6831 South State and HasterGames.com. Call ahead for curbside service.
John Mulaney has checked into rehab. The Saturday Night Live, or former Saturday Night Live writer, 38 years old, seeking treatment after relapsing following a decades-long battle with addiction. Mulaney's rep didn't immediately respond to requests for comment. The comedian had previously said he started drinking at the age of 13 before later abusing drugs, and has been open about his struggles with sobriety. I drank for attention, he said. I was really outgoing, and then at 12, I wasn't. I didn't know how to act. And then I was drinking, and I was hilarious again. Well, he said he never enjoyed smoking marijuana. He loved cocaine and other prescription drugs. I wasn't a good athlete, so maybe it was some sort of young male thing. I can't be an athlete, but this is the physical feat that I can do. I can take Vicodin and tequila and still be standing. He said, I take Vicodin and tequila, I can still stand up, so who's the athlete now, huh? But he's checked himself into rehab, and everybody's rallying around him. Well, now, even Pat Robertson thinks that President Trump is being erratic and needs to move on.
Didn't you see the video, Gina?
No.
And needs to move on from his, quote, alternate reality about the election.
I retweeted it yesterday. Go back to my feed and take a look at it. It's a nice little minute and a half of audio, or a video and audio.
We're talking about that. Yes, it's that Pat Robertson.
Yes.
You know, the TV evangelist.
Yeah.
Back in October, Robertson had said God told him that Donald Trump would win. He encouraged people to get out and vote, before adding it's going to lead to civil unrest and then a war against Israel and so forth. Then after the election, he was called for Joe Biden. Robertson still publicly said it isn't over yet. Well, he's changed his mind. A segment aired yesterday on the 700 Club. There was a report about Trump considering a 2024 run, and Robertson actually said this, quote, with all his talent and his ability to raise money and grow large crowds, the president still lives in an alternate reality. He really does. People say, well, he lies about this and that and the other. No, he isn't lying, Pat Robertson said. And I think this is accurate.
Yeah.
He isn't lying.
He believes it.
To him, it's the truth. And that's what makes it really frightening. Robertson added Trump shouldn't run in 2024, saying such a move would be a mistake and a sideshow.
That almost makes me feel like he found something out that has yet to come out for the rest of us, that he's finally turned on him. I don't know what, but...
I think Donald Trump called him and asked him to come and spend the night with him. Being required to get vaccinated for work. Would that be legal? Well, yes,
on what
it would
do,
be.
Probably.
The U.S. the U.S. Equal Employment Opportunity Commission has determined that employers will be allowed to require employees to get a COVID-19 vaccine and block them from entering the workplace if they refuse. Doesn't matter what they do, what profession. If you're a smart employer, too, you'll say to your employees, you have to prove to me that you've been vaccinated or you can't come to work. The Commission explained in newly updated guidance that such a requirement does not violate the Americans with Disabilities Act, which forbids employers from performing medical examinations on employees. A vaccine does not constitute a medical examination, they said, because the employer is not seeking information about an individual's impairment or current health status. So, get on it. Confusion has been the case about the coronavirus pandemic, and it's understandable. At the beginning, there was a lot of confusion because it was so unusual. Scientists, epidemiologists didn't understand fully what they were dealing with at the beginning, but now things have solidified pretty well, And most of what you hear coming out of scientific circles is pretty solid and pretty accurate. So when Dr. Fauci says it, believe it. He's said that. Oh, by the way, Dr. Fauci's getting he has not been vaccinated yet, but
He is not.
No, but he will be. I think today.
Today he's getting it. Yes.
Yeah, and and we've got some more news about important people getting vaccinated. That's coming up in round 2 of the boners. But for instance, Senator Joni Ernst from where's she from? One of the Dakotas. Iowa. So she yesterday got vaccinated. She has been anti-coronavirus. Doesn't believe in masks. Don't do any of this social distancing. She's been with Trump all the way on all of that. And yesterday, she got the vaccine.
Why? Why would she get the vaccine? Why is she doing that? I don't understand.
I think she just needs to go back to castrating hogs. There she is. This was the deadliest year in U.S. history, with deaths in general expected to top 3 million, due mainly to the coronavirus pandemic, but that's just the total number. Final mortality data for this year will not be available for several months, really, but preliminary numbers suggest that the United States is on track to see more than 3.2 million deaths this year, or at least 400,000 more than last year. U.S. increases most years. The deaths increase most years, so annual rise in fatalities, that's expected, but not by 400,000. That's very unexpected. Let's see. There was a vigil which mourns homeless Utahns who died this year. Utah's homeless advocates and service providers gathered for this vigil yesterday, the longest night of the year, to honor the lives of 53 homeless people, or formerly homeless people, who died here in the state this year. They were daughters, sons, mothers, fathers, husbands, wives, and friends, said Pamela Atkinson, community advocate for the homeless. These were people with vibrant lives and careers at one time. They endured through struggles and cherished moments that brought them joy. Tonight we remember each and every one of them, she said. It was a 40-minute vigil. They've done it every year for a number of years, organized by several groups who provide services for the homeless.
All right.
Let's see. Oh, Gina, the Navy.
Yes.
Donald Trump wants a bigger Navy, and so they're thinking that before he leaves office, he's going to somehow increase the size of the Navy. Apparently, the Navy has been shrinking, and they don't have enough people who want to be sailors, who want to join the Navy.
My boy's a sailor. Look,
he joined
right there.
Well, it's not enough.
Well, he's my only eligible child at this point. I can push the other two.
Well, that's what Donald Trump is going to do. He's going to make it anybody else. He's going to make it so that both Mohammed and your daughter are Jonesy.
They also were going to be. Okay.
Yeah, they're eligible now too.
Okay.
He's going to do that.
So when Festus goes back, I'll just have him take his siblings with him.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
I can do that.
That'll work.
We are falling behind the other radio stations this hour.
What? We are?
What?
I'm just a little disappointed, that's all. 801-819-7300 is the number to call to make your donation, or go to x96.com and follow the links, and it'll take you to a secure spot to make your donation.
We're not. What are you looking at?
I looked about 10 minutes ago. Did they change it?
Yeah, we're double the next closest person.
Oh, now see, it's changed. Okay, because it was about 15 minutes ago that we were behind, and I was getting concerned. Okay.
Are we the 2.5? Is that the current number?
No, we're 6. We're 6.
I don't
refresh.
Yeah, I'm not seeing that.
I don't know where 6 comes from.
I'm seeing 2.5.
2.5 is the next closest person. We're 6.
Oh, okay.
We're winning. But we need to win harder. 801-819-7300. Or go to x96.com.
All right. Weather, traffic, Gina.
Yeah, so I'm just upset It's going to be snowing right when Festus's plane lands. We were going to have a family get-together outside.
Is it too late to have him turn around and go back?
I am glad we'll get a little fresh snow for Christmas, because this is about the only chance we have before Christmas Day to have a little bit of snow. So it'll be warm early, 42 for a high, and then this afternoon it's going to cool off quite a bit. Overnight tonight, 19 for a low, so big swing in temperature today. Traffic we have, let's see, crash. Northbound I-215 approaching the connecting ramp to eastbound 201 freeway. There's actually 2 accidents in the same general area. Another crash northbound I-215 at the 201 freeway ramp, so that's causing slowage for folks. I saw a couple friends of the program texting in about that, and I'm sure it was safe for them to do that. 33986 is how you get a hold of us. Make sure your furnace is ready for winter. Scott Hale is offering a furnace tune-up for just $39. Call Scott Hale, 801-264-HALE.
Here's boner candidate number 3. The general is sorry. During an event of the... No, that's right. I got to find where this starts. Hold on for a second. There's a problem, but I will fix it, I think, so that I can tell you what boner candidate number 3 is. I'm just suffering some technical difficulties, and here we go. The general is sorry. The Army general in charge of getting COVID-19 vaccines across the United States has apologized for miscommunication with states over the number of doses to be delivered in the early stages of distribution.
All right.
The general says, his name is General Gustav Perna. He says, I failed. I'm adjusting. I'm fixing. And we will move forward from there, he told a reporter. General Perna's remarks came a day after a second vaccine was added in the fight of COVID-19, which has killed more than 312,000 people in the U.S. Governors in more than a dozen states have said that the federal government has told them that next week's shipment of Pfizer-BioNTech vaccine will be less than originally projected. General Perna said, it's my fault, and I accept the blame.
It's not. He's taking the fall for...
I want to take personal responsibility for this miscommunication. I know that's not done much these days, personal responsibility, but I am responsible. The general said he made mistakes by citing numbers of doses that he believed would be ready.
Mm-hmm.
I'm the one who forecast the sheets. I'm the one who approved the allocations.
And then when the states called him to say we're getting less, and this is more than one state, it was at least 10, I think, that were all saying, no, according to this, it's less than what you said. He had the gall to say to all of them, oh, no, you're reading the form wrong.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then somebody took him the form and said, General, you're reading the form wrong.
Yeah. See that?
So at least now the general is apologizing. Boner candidate number 3, the general is sorry.
All right, let's review the first 2 and vote.
Boner candidate number 1, go ahead, get vaccinated. If you want to turn into a crocodile or a bearded lady, that's what Brazil President Bolsonaro says. He claims that the COVID vaccine will turn people into crocodiles and bearded ladies. Boner candidate number 2, you guys picked the wrong nurse for a TV shot. She has, is it called vasovagal reaction, or she faints when she gets shots or even sees other people get shots. So she gets her vaccination on live TV in Tennessee, and then immediately, well, not immediately, but a few minutes later, collapses, and people go, look, the vaccine killed her. No, it didn't. And boner candidate number 3, the general is sorry.
Yes. Okay, it's time to vote for round 1 of your boners. You've got to decide, this is the last boners of 2020, by the way. You've got to decide of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight, and possibly become boner of the day. 1, 2, or 3, remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win for this round. Put that single digit in the message of a text. Text it to 33986. Easy. Or you can call the producer's booth at 877-602-9696. Use your voice to vote. Also, you can go online, x96.com. While you're there, look for the Road Home Mediathon banner. Click on there, make a donation to the Road Home, and then look for the box that says Boner Voting December 22nd, 2020, and vote there. You have until the end of these messages to do it. This is Round One of Your Boners. More from the Mediathon after these. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's that feature you know and love.
Hello, sailor boy!
Oh, so my son Festus graduated from Navy boot camp last week.
Oh, so he did make it.
He did make it. So what? The last thing you have to do before graduation is it's called battle stations. Doesn't that sound tough? It's a simulated ship, and apparently the people at Universal Studios designed this ship.
Really?
It's like a ride. It shakes and moves, and like you have to go through 24 hours on this fake ship where, you know, things happen and you have to react. Like, oh, there's a flood in this compartment.
All decks to battle stations. This is not a drill. All decks to battle stations.
Or there's a fire, you know, below deck that you got to put out, and oh, there's a man overboard, you know, all that.
That poop deck needs to be swabbed.
Exactly. But went through that and passed. And normally the family can go to the graduation. It's just like any graduation. But of course, COVID, everything. So they had a virtual graduation, which if there are dozens and dozens of people graduating and they're all wearing the same thing, I couldn't see him, and there was no way.
And they all have the same haircuts, too.
Yeah. Well, and they're all wearing masks. So it's this.
I think that's you.
Yeah. So I watched it, but I couldn't see him. But after graduation, I got a text from him. He got his phone back. He hasn't had his phone for 10 weeks.
That's right. For some reason, they're on real world blackout or something like that. They're not allowed access to the real world.
So he sent me this text. He said, they just put me on a bus a little while ago. Holding a phone feels weird. Kind of like Betty White discovering AOL Messenger for the first time. What is this phone thing that I... But he said, so we started texting back and forth, and he said, they don't tell you anything in the military. I didn't know I was leaving. I don't know where I'm going. They just say, get your stuff and get on the bus. But here's your phone, so at least he could have that.
Okay. Wow.
And they put him on a military plane and flew, because I said, where are you going to the airport? He's like, I don't know, I hope so. I want to get a double quarter pounder if we go to the airport.
Priorities.
But they didn't. It's all military. And so all along we've been thinking, once he gets to, it's called A school. Mm-hmm. And it's like college. He's going to medic school. It's school from 8 to 4, and you know, it's college. He lives in a dorm, that kind of thing. Mm-hmm. But we thought, oh, well, we can maybe go visit him while he's there, because he's going to be there for 10 months. And his wife is supposed to leave this week to go look for an apartment close by base, because in regular times he could go off base and like go to dinner with her or whatever, and on the weekends he could go stay with her during the weekends.
Not now.
None of that.
Nope.
He cannot leave the base for 10 months.
Wow.
Now she, because she has a military ID, can come on base and visit him. She can't stay there with him. But, you know, they screen you. But he is not allowed to leave. There's no liberty. There's no... So, now, this is 10 months. I am hopeful that this COVID thing will be much better in less than 10 months. But potentially, I could not be in the same room with him for 10 months.
Wow.
Is that crazy? I don't care for that. But on the other hand, I'm glad they're trying to be safe and that they have restrictions like that. You know, it's kind of like when we were talking to Amy Donaldson earlier, and she was talking about how in the NBA they have their bubble, and they had to stay there and everything. But the NFL, they come and go, and this is a military bubble.
Well, I mean, I guess you'll have to get used to seeing him on Zoom, I suppose.
Well, so this is the thing that's finally going to get me to buy an iPhone.
Hi, Gina. Welcome to the wonderful world.
so we can FaceTime and stuff. But I'm a little depressed at the thought of not seeing him for that long. I'm hopeful that before 10 months is over that will change. But
I wish.
No.
Good luck.
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to happen.
Because where he is like school and he has a phone and stuff, he's going to see if he can find a time maybe where we can hello sailor where he actually calls in, which would be
that'd be fun.
Which would be nice. So.
Well, there you go. All right, 7:49. Let's award round one of your boners.
And round one of the boner voting is brought to you in part by Beijing Beef.
Nice.
And grants for down payment assistance to buy a home or back get up to $15,312 or 3.5% of your purchase price to buy a home. Text the word money to 62687.
Boner candidate number one. Go ahead, get vaccinated if you want to turn into a crocodile or a bearded lady. That's what Brazil President Bolsonaro claims the COVID vaccine will do. It'll turn people into crocodiles or bearded ladies or give men effeminate voices. Boner candidate number two, you guys picked the wrong nurse for a TV shot. One who reacts to getting vaccine or seeing people get injections by fainted, dead away. And she did that on live TV, and now everybody thinks the vaccine killed her. And boner candidate number three, the general is sorry. General Perna said the problem is his and his alone, the miscommunication he provided for about vaccines and how many would be available.
Our attorney Ed Brass is speculating that the general is now a private and is ensconced firmly in Stalag 13 in the cooler.
Could be.
For 30 days? Is that how long?
30 days in the cooler.
All right.
I know nothing. Let's see. Allison won a boner T-shirt, or the promise of one. Allison, if you get impatient with that, please contact Gina Barberi.
What?
Well,
I don't.
You're the one who's always saying the promise that you're promised the boner T-shirt. So.
But I never give a date. It's not a date-specific promise.
Even worse.
See, people are misunderstanding. You didn't nominate the person who fainted for the boner.
No.
It was the people who chose her to be on camera.
Yeah.
All right, so save your outrage. We thought that was implied, but apparently not.
Although, if she knew that she faints she does know that she has that condition, she probably should have said, I may not be the best person to go on TV and get the vaccine.
Okay.
I'll get the vaccine. But
the nomination was for the people who put her on camera.
Yeah.
All right.
Whoever made that decision.
So calm down, Nathan. You misunderstand. All right.
It said it specifically. You guys picked the wrong person to go on live TV. But that doesn't matter. Didn't win anyway. It was boner candidate number one. Go ahead, get the vaccine if you want to turn into a crocodile or a bearded lady.
All right, there's your winner of round one. Now it goes forward to Boner Fight. Might be Boner of the Day. Round 2 at 8:20. 3 more candidates. We get a winner there. We take both winners and put them against each other. 9:20 this morning is when Boner Fight happens. That's when Boner of the Day happens.
I just saw some call-outs of people who've been giving us
Yeah,
donations.
Nils just donated $500, and this is the 8th year he's donated. And Nils, thank you, because your $500 now becomes $1,000 because of the Huntsman family match.
And then Tyson donated $100 on to the road home on behalf of X96, and John $20 on behalf of X96 to the road home. Very good.
If you want to shout out, the way to get those is donating over the phone, 801-819-7300. If you want to be an anonymous donor, and it's easier for you to donate with your credit card, you just do that at x96.com. Click on the road home banner, and there's a big red donate button. It's very easy to do.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see.
Wait, there.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, sorry. Now it
Carrie,
seems more like we're there.
Carrie, the texts have been just flooding in for wanting the spirit of Christmas and needing to hear certain things in order to get in the spirit of Christmas.
Dr. Paul White, yesterday morning, first thing, bought and secured our potty break song for.
I know.
Well, he donated $400, but that became $800 because of the
I know.
Huntsman family match. So for $800, he's getting his potty break song today at 9.
So who's going to make a donation to
what are
hear
you
this
talking
piece of
about?
crap?
Well, Bill, please. This is Marco's opus. Marco Sisma, our favorite Italian rock band.
Again, I will ask. Dr. Paul made sure that his song is getting played. Who's making sure that this song will get played?
Not me.
It doesn't happen for free.
Nothing's for free in this world, Gina.
Here, let me turn the crowd noise down. There.
It's like a drunk sailor. I got my sleeping bag. What? Did we make it clear this is a Christmas song?
He'll get to it. Just wait till you hear the hook. It's so Christmassy.
Is
Here it
the
comes.
hook Christmassy?
Yes. Here it is.
Christmas dream.
No, this isn't the hook. It's coming yet.
Yep.
Is it?
Here it is. Just give it a second.
All right.
I smelled the food come in from the hall.
Oh my God, this is awful. And it's at this moment he takes a break and vomits on his shoes.
That was a beautiful Christmas song.
What's it called?
Marco's Dream by Marco Sisma, Sysma.
And the president of the Sisma fan club, Gina Barberi, is the only person who he has an audience of one, and it's her.
Please, she is the president of the Utah chapter. I'm sure that there are presidents all across the nation.
It's an internationally beloved.
Of the Utah chapter, the only chapter of the Sisma fan club.
Mm-hmm.
Now people are asking for Searching for a Woman. This is Christmas.
No, they're
can't
not.
Yes,
I think Katie said that she has that one scheduled for a best of replay sometime during our time off here. Again, we're going to be off after today's show. We'll be off until, what is it, the 4th? The Monday of January.
Mm-hmm. There are a lot of people out there saying, good!
Good riddance.
Thanks to Tyson for donating $100. And again, that becomes $200 thanks to the Huntsman family. John, $20. Thank you very much for donating. After that Marco Sisma song, I Want to Cancel Christmas. Oh, my.
You shut up.
Absolutely.
Marco's got the spirit. You need to get the spirit, too.
Marco lives at home with his mother.
You don't know that.
Yes, I do. He's 40.
His mama.
He lives home with his mother.
X96.com. You can go there and donate with your credit card or call if you like the personal touch, 801-819-7300. Operators are standing by. If you have a physical donation, that includes all the usual items that we ask for every year for the homeless shelter. Coats, boots, blankets are always needed. Socks are always needed. Clean underwear, bathroom items, that sort of thing. Take those, and cash, take those to 3380 South, 1000 West in South Salt Lake. That's the Men's Resource Center. And they will take your physical donations there. I think the name of the club is the Cismaniacs. Yes.
You're crazy for CISMA?
You're the Cismaniacs. You're a member of the Cismaniacs. You're the president of the Utah chapter of the Cismaniacs.
I think it's interesting that he wrote a Christmas song that sounds like a drinking song.
Well, that's what I do at Christmas. I don't know about you.
Big flagons of ale, and I
don't know.
They're rocking back and forth.
My friend Mike brought me a big bottle of brown liquor up there, so that's Christmas right there.
That's Christmas.
Big bottle of brown liquor.
I haven't looked at it quite yet. I want it to be a surprise, but he said that it's it will be a surprise.
I'll give you a hint. It's brown.
He said, "Well, yeah, he did say that."
Don't just drink things that you don't know what it is.
Well, I could get into this, but it just very quickly. The brown liquors are a more serious liquor for serious toasts and serious times.
Yes.
Where the clear liquors are more party,
Yeah.
So if you want to reflect and look back, brown liquor.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
See? All right. Traffic, Gina, please.
Yes, a friend of the program just sent this in via text at 33986. I-15 South exit 349. Traffic stopped. Truck lost their... It says sand? Really? They lost their sand?
Could be.
You ate sand? It could be a voice-to-text issue there. Let me know if it is. Crash northbound I-215 approaching the connecting ramp to go eastbound 201 freeway. There are actually 2 accidents in that same general area. We've got debris southbound I-15 at 1800 North. This is out in far west. Apparently debris is spreaded all over the freeway there. It's spreaded?
Spread.
It's spread. Debris spread. And if you see something in it, it's safe for you to text it to us. Please, 33986. Strong Volkswagen. Unlock stronger pricing at strongvw.com.
All right.
I don't think there's any difficulty in believing it was a truck full of sand. Why would that be an error?
Know.
All right, we're going to take a break. We'll be back. Kurt Buster on the phone after these. Stand by for that. UtahAdvocates.com.
Okay, you've been in an accident like you've been hit right between the eyes by a song by CISMA. Well, I guess that's not. But if you've been, maybe you've had trouble out on the road because there's a truck full of sand that's causing an accident.
And you got an injury, you need to call the advocates as soon as you can after you've dealt with the legal aspects or the police aspects of your accident. Call the advocates. They can help you deal with your medical bills.
You can call them 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. 801-355-5550, and chat with an attorney for free on the phone, or if you're kind of shy and nervous about it, you can go to their website, UtahAdvocates.com. There's a chat feature there, and you won't get a bot. You will get a live attorney 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, where you can chat and see if you have a case, if the advocates can help you. So if you've been hurt in an accident and you don't know what else to do, call the advocates, 801-355-5550 or UtahAdvocates.com. I have a list that I saw this morning that I thought Gina might find interesting.
Oh, wow, okay.
It's Radio from Hell with another list, because people love a good list. X96.
Now, if this doesn't spur some conversation, we can move to Gina's list. What was your list, Gina? It's the things that precautions you take that might kill you, right? That's important information as well. But this is 5 signs that you and your partner are not compatible intellectually. Like one of you is really smart.
Why did you want me to have that?
Like one of you is really smart and one of you is not so smart.
Not compatible.
Yeah. Now,
you
my
have to
wife and I...
explain this to me, Bill, because I'm not very smart. I need you to...
Okay, well, the list should explain it, okay? But if you have any questions, feel free to ask.
Well, let's not forget that Joe is a doctor. And
Yes.
you didn't finish college.
He's a
Why
scientist.
does that always have to come up? Why is that
Because it's true. So
I mean,
here's
There's lots of things that are true. That-
Listen, I feel like I can bring it up because I didn't even go to college.
Okay.
all right.
All
So-
right. What's the list?
Here are the signs that you and your partner are not compatible intellectually. Doesn't have anything to do with education, really. It
Oh,
has
okay.
to do with
All right.
intellectual abilities.
All right, that's different.
Number one, your partner feels superior and you feel inferior in the bonding. He acts like a teacher all the time when the two of you talk. He always tries to make you realize that you're wrong and that he's right.
No, that's you. You're the one that does that.
I'm,
Of course,
Gina,
we're kind of married, Bill. So
Gina, I'm just asking you to consider these things privately. I don't need you. I don't need you to weigh in. I just want you to think about it.
Okay.
Number two, when you two are not intellectually compatible, then you feel bored in the relationship. So you call friends and family members to get the mental stimulation that you're lacking in your relationship. Or you have a
Joey's on
food
the phone
mistress
a
that
lot.
you go out. Or you have a
True.
food mistress that you go someplace with.
It's true.
Number three, people who always feel like competing with each other while having a conversation. Sometimes competition is fun in a relationship, but it cannot be the usual case. It's okay to be a little competitive sometimes, but you shouldn't feel like you're always in competition with your spouse. Number four, if you can't have a deep conversation at all after having small talk, then there's a big issue in the bonding, which needs to get fixed.
How do you even get to the point of getting married if you can't do that
Yeah.
before?
Well, this is I think this is advice. A lot of advice. These are things you should have considered,
Oh.
or perhaps Joe should have considered before he married you. But he was just blind. He was just blinded by your beauty, I think.
No, that wasn't it.
Number 5, the last one. If you need any advice from your partner about something, then instead of giving it, they will start talking about themselves for giving examples on the same topic. When people are not compatible intellectually, they often tend to do this. So it's not quite clear, is it?
No, I don't understand that one.
So,
really.
if you want
Please
some
help
advice,
me, smarter person.
So if you want some advice from your partner, what do you think I ought to do about this? They say, well, here's how I would do it. This is what I would do. I've had this experience, and this is what I do, and this is it's all becomes centric, rather than, well, given your limited abilities, maybe you
You couldn't
maybe
possibly
what you
handle
should-
this the same way I would. You don't have the capacity to deal with this in the way that I would deal with it.
given your small thinking, what I would, yeah. So that's your list of 5
Great,
things.
thanks.
Hope you'd enjoyed another list with Radio from Hell on X96.
Well, wait a second. I got a little bit more.
I can handle things. I'm smart. But dumb, I'm smart, and I want respect.
Yeah, what he said.
Fredo.
All right. 7 right now. It is day 2 of the Road Home Mediathon. 801-819-7300 to make a credit card donation via phone, or you can do it online at x96.com. Follow the links. And one of the things that you can bid on if you go to x96.com is a live, whether it's Zoom, somehow they're going to do it virtually, concert with Blue October. That's one that you can bid on. And that's very popular. They're a very popular band here in Utah. And then, of course, another very popular man here in Utah.
Probably more popular here in Utah, just in general, than Blue October. Kurt
Oh,
Bester.
yeah. Kurt sells out to theaters all the time when he does shows. So here's a perfect opportunity to make a bid on our friend Kurt Bester doing a live. Well, let's get him on the phone here and we'll talk to him. We talked to him earlier. Here you go. Okay, we are on the phone with Kurt Bester, folks.
Kurt Bester, Emmy Award-winning, Grammy-nominated composer who has also been on our show many times. I don't know how that happened, but it did. Kurt Bester, how did we become friends over the years?
You know, I don't really remember. I remember some odd meetings, you and I in the locker room at 24 Hour Fitness, looking at each other like...
Yeah, that's Kurt Bester, and he's naked.
And there's Bill Allred, and he's naked, and I think we both kind of hold that up to each other, and when we need something, we say, hey, I got something on you.
Yeah, I'll tell everybody.
I'm going to start singing Endless Love any second here. I'm just going to start singing.
I know.
Kurt, I saw the fact that, your Christmas concert, which is just how many years tradition here?
This year, 33.
Wow.
But it was not going to happen this year because of, well, we all know why. And I don't know, I felt bad about it, and I thought, well, Kurt's not going to be busy apparently. Maybe
he's available to help out the road home.
Yeah, maybe this is the year. Yeah. I actually did do the show, though. I did it. I went to a really cool studio. We had 12 cameras, and we shot it big time. And a lot of people said, we could sit at home in our jammies and eat crap food and watch Kurt Bester. That was kind of that may be a thing in the future. But anyway, I did it, but not like the live thing.
That's cool. Now, listen, Kurt has agreed to help us out with the road home and raise money for the homeless. And I think it's very generous of you, what you've offered to do. I just said, would you do something? And this is all that Kurt came up with all of this himself. So, Kurt, tell people what you're prepared to do for a high bid to the road home.
Here's what I want to do, everybody. COVID makes it so that I can't come to your house. But the next best thing is I'll call you, we'll Zoom up or whatever you do, and I will play a concert for you. They're calling it a mini concert, but I'll play as long as you can have me. I'll set up my piano, I'll get my flugelhorn, and we will have a little private concert, you and your family, and we'll have fun.
So you might think of this as a Christmas gift for your mom. Maybe you don't know what to get mom, and you can get her a private concert with Kurt Bester for Christmas.
And I would just say to folks that if you want kind of a preview of what you might get, go look for one of our Not Safe for Work podcasts that we did from Squatters a few years ago. Mm-hmm. And Kurt came correct. We had him as a guest, and he was not only hilarious through the whole thing, but he played a whole bunch of music for us at the end.
Yeah, Kurt, it was great having you.
It was fun to do that, guys. I really enjoyed that. And I think the reason I like your show is I can just be me, Sometimes the public me is not the guy that I recognize. But anyway, I love being with you guys, and I will love being with one of your listeners if the price is right.
So highest bidder for the road home. We'll get this concert with Kurt. We'll have more details about that at x96.com.
I'm just great. I'm grateful that you're doing it. I feel lucky, Kurt Bester, to say, hey, that guy's my friend. He's my pal. I like him, and They'll say, "You like
Thank
Kurt
you.
Bester?"
Yeah, we do.
I know we seem like odd bedfellows, but we are all friends. So I'm friends with all you guys, and I really appreciate it. And what we're doing for the homeless is more needed than ever before. I mean, these
Yes.
people out there are getting
Yeah.
COVID more than other people.
Yes.
But people aren't giving as much because we all have COVID budgets. So this is the time to really give, everybody.
Yeah, exactly. So, Kurt Bester, he will do a private concert for you. And did you specify a date that you would do that, or?
I can do it, whenever we all kind of agree. In other words,
Okay.
Donate the money and we'll work it out. And I can,
Okay.
if you don't want Christmas music, I can play, heavy metal, whatever you want.
That's true. He can.
He can. He can.
He can do it all.
Listen, when you've heard
Heavy
Kiss
me-
songs
heavy
on
mellow.
you've heard Kiss songs on the flugelhorn, you haven't lived. And Kurt Bester, thanks a lot. The highest bidder
All right, guys.
will get this concert, and we'll be talking to you again soon. Have a good holiday and stay safe. Okay.
You too, guys. Take care.
Thank you, Kurt. All right, there you go. Kurt Bester, willing to give of his time and talent to raise money for the road home.
If you're not particularly interested in a Kurt Bester concert for yourself, certainly you know somebody in your family who is, and it could be had for a premium price right now. If you go to x96.com, click on the Road Home banner, the rotating banner there, the first thing that comes up is your links to you can bid on that concert or the Blue October concert.
Yeah. And then if you just want to call and make a donation, 801-819-7300. You can make your donations there at x96.com as well. That's your credit card donations. Physical donations are being taken. They're all lined up and waiting for you at the Men's Resource Center. So that's clothes, items, or cash. 3380 South, 3380 South, 1000 West in South Salt Lake, the Men's Resource Center. Okay, so today is our final day of the Mediathon, so let's make it count.
Let's see, we're going to check traffic here. And
Traffic,
then,
please, Gina, yes.
Debris, and I have confirmation it is in fact sand, scattered across all lanes of southbound I-15 and far west approaching 4th North. Traffic very slow in the area. Probably Highway Patrol going to have to completely stop that so they can clear some of that up. Bangor Highway at 62nd South will be reduced to one lane each direction with no left-hand turns allowed. This is going to be happening during daytime hours. This is just a heads up on a closure that's going to be taking place. And let me see, other than debris, I've got no accidents to tell you about. If you have something to tell us about and it's safe for you to text us, you can do that at 33986. Injured in an accident, everyone deserves an advocate. Call 801-355-5550 or go to utahodvocates.com.
Round 2 of your boners coming up after these.
Here are your candidates. Number 1, the 2019 vintage of Rainsville Wastewater Red is wonderful. Boner candidate number 2, I know every one of them by name. And boner candidate number 3, I'm one of the many who are asking why.
All right, Big Boy News, Opinioendo, and Boners Round 2, all coming up after these. BigOTires.com. If you need a location, go to BigOTires.com. I know where my closest location is. It's down on 33rd South, across from the comic book store with the big old Sasquatch mural painted on the side.
Yeah, I go to the 2nd East South Temple Big O Tires, and I know you go where in Gina? Where's yours?
I go to the one on Highland Drive, but I actually have been up in Ogden recently, and I needed a Big O Tires, and I went to BigOTires.com to find one near me there, and I found one easily.
You know, Big O Tires, they know that tires can be an expense. It can be, if you got to get winter tires and you go, oh man, I just don't have the money right now. Well, they offer no credit needed financing. So no matter what your budget, no matter what your situation, they have financing tailored to you at Big O Tires. And right now you can save up to $120 on Yokohama, Goodyear, or Continental tires. They'll always treat you right at Big O Tires. So find a store near you. They are the team you trust. BigOTires.com.
It's often said that people of Utah speak a language all their own. It's a language that's often confusing and even incomprehensible to newcomers here in the Beehive State. So, Radio from Hell presents a handy guide to help everyone understand how the natives speak. It's the Utah word of the day, and today's word is...
Druthernuther. D-R-U-T-H-E-R-N-U-T-H-E-R. Druthernuther. And now, to use this fine compound word in a sentence, we call upon LeVar and LeGrand to work their magic and show you how this very complex Utah word works in conversation. Here the boys are debating the virtues of various Halloween treats and which treats it was the best to get when they were young trick-or-treaters. The word is druthernuther.
Heck fire, LeGrand, it sure is a sad one this year. Halloween's coming, and it looks like the government ain't going to allow trick-or-treating, and the kids is going to be so sad when we have to tell them.
Well, it sure is. Danged old government anyway. I mean, can they legally do that? Just cancel Halloween without a second thought?
LeGrand, if the feds can make you cover up your smile with a COVID mask, they sure as heck can cancel Halloween.
I suppose. But you know, the kids would be wearing masks just like the government wants them to, so why not let them go house to house begging for candy?
I'll tell you why, my friend. Socialism, that's why. Halloween reeks of socialism, and the government wants to stamp that stuff out. You see, if they allow Halloween, all the kids will be sharing treats equally from the Halloween Candy Collective. Not acceptable. Children need to learn the value of work whereby they earn the candy.
Well, looks like no Halloween goodies for me this year. I always liked raiding the kids' candy haul when they went to bed. You too?
Oh, me too. I'm going to miss my yearly popcorn ball.
What? Some cheapo jerk in your neighborhood tries to save money by making popcorn balls and then give them an outset of candy?
That cheapo jerk is me, LeGrand. But we don't do it to save money. My wife, Carol, makes great popcorn balls once a year for Halloween. They're great. It's the only time I get one. And everyone in the neighborhood is crazy for them.
No one is crazy for popcorn balls, LeVar. But that's not as bad as the guy in my neighborhood who gives out bouillon cubes. Can you believe it? Them individual foil-wrapped bouillon cubes. Ain't that awful?
I don't know. Depends. Chicken or beef bouillon cubes.
And the dentist down the street who gives out toothbrushes. I mean, geez, I don't want cubes or balls or brushes. I want Halloween candy, except for Smarties. I don't want Smarties. You got a favorite Halloween treat?
Well, I'm somewhat partial to Bit-O-Honey, but nobody gives out Bit-O-Honey anymore.
Did they ever? Bit-O-Honey?
Yeah.
Jeez. No, what you want for Halloween is candy bars. Full-size candy bars if possible. But any kind of candy bar is better than... Jeez, you kidding me with Bit-O-Honey?
I swear I got Bit-O-Honey a long time ago. One time in another city that I was at.
Right, yeah. How about Almond Joy, though? Now, some people don't like them, but I do. I love Almond Joy. I'd rather have Almond Joy than a Mounds, though. I think it's 'cause the dark chocolate turns me away from the Mounds. I'm a milk chocolate guy.
Okay, well then here's a choice for you. Twixt or Butterfinger?
No, I don't eat anything that has the word finger in it.
Oh.
Well, how about this? Which would you druther? Milky Way, Snickers, or Mooresboro?
I'd druther not have any of them.
Well, what do you mean, not any of them? You should pick one.
I don't have to. When it comes back to those particular Halloween candy choices, I'd druther another.
Join us again some other time as we examine how the Utah natives speak with the Utah word of the day.
It's 8:22 right now, and it is time for round 2 of your boners. Here we go. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior. You will decide with your votes of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight, and possibly become boner of the day. If it wins here, it goes up against the winner of round 1's voting. Pretty good candidate 1 hour ago. We'll put them against each other, and you will decide boner of the day, the final boner of the day of this year, 2020, at 9:20 this morning. That's when boner fight happens. So right now, participate in the final boner voting of the year with round 2. Here we go. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, then you will vote. One of you lucky random boner voters will receive.
In your email inbox, an electronic gift certificate to Diversion Eatery. You can go check out their menu at diversioneatery.com.
Here's boner candidate number 1. Oh, before I do that, let me just assure the texter who texted a few minutes ago. When I say the word situation, I know that it's situation. I just like to say situation. I don't know why. I just like it.
New
All right.
address for every situation.
Situation. We've gotten ourselves into a serious situation here. Boner candidate number 1 is the 2019 vintage of Rainsville Wastewater Red is wonderful. A supervisor at Alabama's Rainsville Wastewater Treatment Plant has been suspended because he was using the facility as a winemaking operation in Huntsville, Alabama.
Ew.
Acting on a tip that alcohol was being made at the plant, deputies visited essentially it's a sewage plant. An employee who has been with the treatment facility for 15 years was reportedly placed on leave after, quote, a large amount of illegal wine and tools used to make wine were found on the premises. An investigation is ongoing. Rainsville has been a dry town, that is a town which does not allow alcohol, prior to an August vote to make booze legal in the nearly 5,000-person northeast Alabama town after a 2014 effort came up short. Investigators believe the winemaking operation has been functioning for quite some time. I'm telling you, boner candidate number 1, the 2019 vintage of Rainsville Wastewater Red is wonderful. Here's boner candidate number 2. I know every one of them by name. A pet owner in Oregon got overwhelmed by guinea pigs. Hundreds of them. The pet owner turned them over to an animal rescue group. The Oregon Humane Society in Portland says that there were 250 guinea pigs in a home in Oregon, and the owner of these guinea pigs became overwhelmed. It's not
They breed so fast. I had
don't
no
know.
idea.
But at what point is it?
At that point,
10, 30, 100? Well, apparently it was, for this person, 250 guinea pigs.
All right, that's
that was the breaking point right there.
That's a lot. That's a lot.
Oregon Humane spokeswoman Laura Klink said an adoption timeline. Apparently they're all healthy. They're not, they're so we want to adopt them all as if we can. They're going to try and adopt them out. We're going to give a lot of counseling.
Hard to adopt out 200 guinea pigs.
250, Gina.
Oh, sorry.
250 from this overwhelmed owner. By the way, and there's a picture. I don't know if do we have the picture of one of the guinea pigs there at x96.com/live? Sweet little creatures. Sweet, mostly. Sometimes, actually, I've been around a couple of angry guinea pigs, and they can be temperamental a little bit, but they are. And this person who turned them over to the Humane Society, I know every one of them by name.
I'll bet.
I don't know. I just made that up. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3. I am one of the many who is asking why.
All right, boner candidate number 3 for round 2 coming up after this. Big boy news and opinioendo brought to you by
During the season of inspiration at Young Mazda, lease the new 2021 Mazda CX-5 Sport all-wheel drive for only $245 per month. See the selection at youngmazdautah.com. Young Mazda, think young, drive young, offer OAC.
So John Krasinski, you remember Jim from The Office, big dumb old Jim from The Office, but then he went on to play what's his name, Ryan, in the
Jack Ryan.
Jack Ryan.
Yeah.
I didn't see any of those. Was he good doing that?
I heard good things. I heard that it was actually an entertaining show.
Yeah.
But, of course, The Quiet Place is his thing.
Yeah, and there's a sequel to that coming out.
Yeah.
But at any rate, he started doing this thing called Some Good News, and it was an online, and it was pretty charming. It was him doing just good news stories and upbeat things, and I think his wife Emily Blunt took part in a little bit of it. Well, they're doing one for the holidays, Some Good News for the Holidays. I think it's available now, and he started off by sharing holiday-themed fan art, poking fun at himself, and then delivering a slate of feel-good stories. Mr. Krasinski also had some guests. George Clooney to do the weather.
I'm sorry, who?
Jim Clumby.
That's
Why are you forcing me to go back to my old ways? I went to a therapist to
Stop
fix that.
Stop slamming the table. It hurts.
It hurts me that you're making me do that. Jim Clumby to do the weather, and the weather forecast was, well, it looks pretty good. Said Clooney. He looked out a window and went, yeah, the weather, it looks pretty good. Later, he spoke with a dad named Jay Abel, who put items for sale online so that he could make money to spend holiday gifts for his kids. Krasinski admitted that he tried to buy some of those items from eBay, but got turned down because Mr. Abel suspected that he was a scammer. So instead, Krasinski offered to help by bringing on the man himself, Dwayne Dwantaclaus Johnson. Dwayne Dwantaclaus Johnson.
You mean The Rock?
Rock, yeah, but they called him Dwantaclaus, who Mr. Abel tweeted, and they're going to get some. He's going to help him get some bids on his items. So Jim Clumby, see what you've done? Who? John Krasinski.
George Clooney?
No, the guy from The Office, the guy who played Yim.
Michael Jordan?
Ram Sosinsker.
Somebody Jordan?
Jim. Okay. That's enough. California hospitals are overwhelmed. They're setting up makeshift extra beds for coronavirus patients, and a handful of hospitals in California and the hard-hit Los Angeles County are drawing up emergency plans in case they have to limit how many people receive life-saving care. The number of people hospitalized across California with confirmed COVID-19 infections is more than double the state's previous peak, reached in July, and a state model forecasts the total count could hit 75,000 patients by mid-January. So they're putting in place plans for rationing care. They need to be, as they say, we need to establish those plans because the worst is yet to come. And apparently Hollywood Boulevard is a ghost town.
Yeah.
The iconic street struggling amid the plunge in tourism and the month-long shuttering of theaters and other things on the street. I don't know what we're going to do, says one shop owner on Hollywood Boulevard. There are now boarded up shops along Hollywood Boulevard.
If you go to the Hollywood Reporter, there's some photos, and you can see.
Much of Hollywood Boulevard is shuttered with crowd favorites like the Dolby, El Capitan, the Chinese Theater, Ripley's Believe It or Not, the Hard Rock, all closed since March. Madame Tussauds opened for 2 days in June, and then it closed again. Because
who's got at the top of their list of places they need to go as soon as
you would be
Tussauds,
surprised.
huh?
You would be surprised. But if you get coronavirus from a wax figure, it's really bad.
Gina, Mr. Shatner has to get down there and shine up both of his stars on the Walk of Fame.
Here in Utah, the latest numbers of coronavirus, total number of COVID-19 cases, 252,783. 1,648,918 people tested. I've been tested. I just got the results back. Fine. No. I've been tested, 3 times now, I think? Yeah. And
you're
and
part
I think,
of a study that the U is doing.
I think all 3 times I've tested negative.
You think?
I think. I can't remember the middle test. I'll have to check that one. Number of deaths in Utah, 1,161. The vaccines have been going out, but boy, it's just a small number compared to all of that. 6,519 vaccines as of yesterday, I believe. Let's see. Dr. Fauci, Anthony Fauci, is going to get the coronavirus vaccine today. He and other top health officials. Now, donor candidate number 3 coming up. There are some people who are going to get the vaccine who, I don't know, I wonder why they should. Dr. Fauci is not one of them. I think he should get the vaccine as soon as possible. And I don't think that just because you're a politician, you shouldn't get the vaccine. As a matter of fact, I don't think that... Now, I'm going to sort of back up here and do this. I don't think that there is anybody who shouldn't get the vaccine.
No, everybody should get it. But I think there are people that should get it first.
No, I don't have trouble with some politicians even getting it first.
Some.
Yeah. Although one of the squad members, Ilhan Omar, is that
Ilhan
right?
Omar?
Ilhan Omar, is criticizing another squad member, AOC, for getting the vaccine. AOC got the vaccine. Ilhan Omar says, you should have waited. Now,
If I had the opportunity to get it now, I would say I don't feel comfortable getting it until all these other list of people have got all healthcare workers and teachers and frontline workers and grocery store. I don't want it till I work from home.
I don't think you would do that. I think you would get it.
100% I would do it.
I think you would get it, and I would too. If they came to my house right now and said, "Give me the you want to get the vaccine right now?" I'd say, "Yes, yes, I do."
Well, if they're delivering it door to door, sure I would. But
I'm not gonna.
I will say, if they were offering, come on down and get it before everybody else, I would say no. Get everyone else, the food service workers, all those people. I can work from home. I'm good here.
If I were offered the chance to go down somewhere and get the vaccine now, I would do it. And it's people need to get vaccinated.
Well, sure.
Sure.
And
I want it desperately.
I do too.
I'm just saying I would feel guilty getting it before somebody that has to be out in the world and exposed to it. I don't have to. I could stay home and not go anywhere.
I want restaurant workers to get it before me. I want there's a lot of people I want to get it before me.
Yeah, I want Katie to get it before me. Katie goes into the office.
I do too. I do too. I want all of those people to get the vaccine before me. But if they offered it to me, I'd get it. I'm just being honest about that.
All right. Sports, weather, traffic.
Well, very exciting sports news. With a 96-91 come-from-behind win, Roy Junior High's National Academic League team was able to defeat North Ogden to secure their second straight district championship and their 22nd consecutive victory. Oh, and Kyle Beckerman's retiring. That's sports. Weather, I'm upset about the weather because I have big plans to see my sailor son Festus, who's coming home today, and we have plans to get together outside because that's what we have to do now, and it's going to snow. Now we've got 80% chance of snow happening, mainly between like noon and 3 is when they're saying that's mostly going to happen. It's going to get quite a bit colder too. Right now it's 42. And that's about as warm as it's going to be today. Overnight low tonight will be down in the teens. 19 is what they're saying for that. Traffic. Bangor Highway at 62nd South will be reduced to one lane each direction with no left-hand turns allowed. This is going to be during daytime hours, and police are actually going to be on the scene to help you direct traffic, because that could be a mess otherwise. I don't have an update on the sand. Let's see. I-15 southbound closed. Crews are sweeping up sand scattered across all lanes of travel. This is in Far West and Weber County, so I'm not sure how long it's going to take them to clean that up, but that will affect your driving up north if you're close to that. If you see something and it's safe for you to text it to us, please do 33986. Make sure your furnace is ready for winter. Scott Hale is offering a furnace tune-up for just $39. Call Scott Hale, 801-264-HALE.
Here's boner candidate number 3. I'm one of the many asking why. Now, here's a person I don't think should get the vaccine before anybody else. And there are a few others who fall into this category. But Senator Marco Rubio, one of the members of Congress who fought tooth and nail to deny the coronavirus was a bad thing. He said people don't need to wear masks, don't social distance. There's an extremely limited supply of this vaccine, and he was first in line to get it and did receive the coronavirus vaccine. I know I looked away from the needle, and yes, I know I need a tan, but I'm so confident that the COVID-19 vaccine is safe and effective, I've decided to take it myself, he tweeted.
Why now? Why now are you singing this tune?
Now, people have responded with things like this. Marco Rubio is a healthy 49-year-old man. He's not in a nursing home. He's not a health worker. He's not a first responder. He attends super spreader events, maskless.
Yep.
And today he got a COVID-19 vaccine. Where is the fairness in that?
Yeah, there are still nurses who haven't gotten it yet.
Boner candidate number 3. I'm one of the many who is asking why.
All right. Let's review the first two and vote.
Boner candidate number 1, the 2019 vintage of Rainsville Wastewater Red is wonderful. A sewage plant in Alabama, also doubling as a winemaking operation. Boner candidate number 2, I know every one of them by name. 250 guinea pigs, pets, are rescued from one home. And boner candidate number 3, I'm one of the many asking why.
Okay, here we go. You've got to decide of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight and possibly become Boner of the Day. If it wins here, it'll go up against the winner of round 1's voting. We did that an hour ago. Pretty good candidate. We'll take both of these winners and put them against each other. You will decide Boner of the Day at 9:20 this morning. That's when Boner Fight happens. Right now, you got to send one of these 3 candidates forward to Boner Fight from round 2. Here we go. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win, and put that single digit in the message of a text. Text it to 33986. Or you can call the producer's booth in Salt Lake at 877-602-9696. You can go online to x96.com. While you're there, donate to The Road Home. It's day 2 of the Mediathon right now. And then come back and look for the box that says Boner Voting, December 22, 2020, and vote for your boner there. This is round 2. Let's go. It's X96. You have until the end of these messages to get your votes in. ShamrockPlumbing.net.
Yes, Shamrock Plumbing, they will come to your house and tune up things and make sure that everything works right. But if you have a plumbing problem, no better plumber than Shamrock Plumbing. They're coming to my house on Christmas Eve day, as a matter of fact,
oh, really?
To install something. They're just really dependable. They're very professional. And I've
had them do a lot of work in my house, little jobs and big jobs, and I always have a good experience with Shamrock Plumbing.
I really feel safe having them come into the house, too. They take great care. They make sure that their employees are healthy. They tell their plumbers at Shamrock Plumbing, if you don't feel well, don't come to work. Stay home. And they sanitize everything when they come into your house and make sure that everything's done to the highest standard. So if you have a plumbing job that needs to be done, call Shamrock Plumbing, 801-295-1690, or go to shamrockplumbing.net.
Mark Ronson featuring Bruno Mars.
Okay.
Owing a considerable amount of money to the James Brown estate and the Rick James estate.
I would say.
I requested that this morning.
I like that.
Pretty tasty, I must say.
I'm not a Bruno Mars fan.
I'm going to make you one.
No, I don't think so. I think it's Mark Ronson.
No, it's
and
no, I can tell you it's Bruno Mars, and here's why.
Why?
Because it rips off a lot of stuff.
Yeah, that's
not ripped. Inspired
and
by.
I'm not saying it in a bad way.
Yeah, you're right.
You know,
it's probably so. It's Bruno Mars sounding as much as he can like somebody else.
Yeah.
But it was enjoyable.
It was. Normally, I don't.
I'm glad that somebody is still making that kind of music.
Exactly.
So that makes me happy.
Yeah, I mean,
because I do love that kind of music.
Beck had to do it a few years ago.
Yeah,
which was kind of odd, but so are you okay, Gina?
I got my song request. I'm great. Why?
Oh, okay. Is that I guess that's what it was. You just usually you have a greeting for me.
I had my headphones on. I was uptown funky. I had no time for you.
Gina's got so much funk.
I don't. That's why I have to add it to my life.
I've seen her. I've seen her dance. She's got the. See, I don't dance. Because
you know better.
Because I know I look silly. I know I look like a white guy. I have to be really, really, really drunk.
And you probably haven't even done that in a long time.
Been a really long time.
There are mornings when we're playing a song.
Oh, do I do it and not realize I'm doing it?
And we've been meaning to have an intervention.
Do I sometimes dance and I don't realize I'm dancing?
Sometimes you air guitar.
Do I?
Yeah.
And I don't know I'm doing it.
And air drum. And
that's terrible.
Yeah.
The last time I remember dancing, I believe, what was that band that used to play at all like Green Street and I want to say, they were like Solid Groove or Solid Gold or
I don't know.
That and they, and they put
the
on
Disco
the wig.
Drippers?
Disco Drippers. There we go.
Drippers.
The Disco Drippers. And I remember when at Trolley Square, when Green Street was there, and it was the middle of summer, and they would have cordon off part of the parking lot there, and you could just go out there and dance.
Right.
And I believe the Disco Drippers were there.
Quite possibly.
And I remember dancing there and taking off most of my clothing.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was. It was.
You were having a good time.
I was indeed having a great time. I was down to a shirt and boxer shorts.
Really?
Yeah. And dancing to the Disco Drippers. I think our salesman, the guy who later became our salesman, was singing with the Disco Drippers at that time. Scott.
He was with the band at the time.
Scott, what's his name?
Yeah.
Yep. Took off most of my clothing. I was dancing with a.
I don't know how I missed that.
I was dancing. Well, you weren't there. That's how. You weren't invited.
But you'd think that word would have got out. Bill's over there.
No, I was with my actor friends.
Oh,
I do need to be drunk to dance, but I do it more often than that. I was wedding in Idaho was the last time.
Oh, I think I remember you talking about that.
Yeah.
Well,
there's video evidence of this, and it's a bad thing.
Well, let's face it. I have seen people, white people that dance well, but we are not among them, I think. No, not among them.
And I think you get a pass at a wedding. I don't think anyone's going to, Because
I often make passes at people at weddings.
Okay, yes, it is day 2 of the Mediathon. It's getting a little nuts down here with this.
A couple shout-outs we need to do.
What with turning up the sound effects down, up and down? And
Well, people say it helps.
Want to thank Keith Kapp and Sons Excavating. They donated $1,000.
That
to the
means,
road home.
does that mean 2,000 because of the match from the Huntsman
Yes.
family?
Yep.
There you go.
Jessica Kidman donated $800.
Oh, Jessica.
Thank you, Jessica.
Thank you, Jessica, for that. They called in 801-819-7300. If you want a shout out, that's where you do that. If it's easier for you to just do it online, you can do that at x96.com. Click on the rotating road home banner, and there's a big red button that says donate. That's how you do that.
And again, the Huntsman family matching donations this hour, so call in. Let's do it.
All right, let's announce the winner of the boner voting from round 2. And it's brought to you in part by Kung Pao Chicken.
And gear up with Level 9 Sports. December deals sale with huge savings on select ski and snowboard gear. Full-service tune shop, ski boot experts, and lowest price guaranteed. Shop safely at their 4 retail locations or online at level9sports.com.
All right.
To use an old saying, no one gave a fig for the first 2 candidates. The rainwater wine, the wastewater, the sewage treatment wine, or the whoever it was that had 250 guinea pigs.
Not a fig? No figs given?
Hardly a fig given. Very few votes. But boner candidate number 3, the fact that Marco Rubio got a vaccine, boy, people are not happy with that. And it wins boner of the day.
Okay.
Round 2, I should
Round
say.
2, boner of the day coming up at 9:20. That's when we will take both candidates and put them against each other for our final boner of the day of the year 2020. All right, let's see. Now, we have an interview here. Of course, it's all about the road home. This is day 2 of our Mediathon. We, along with several other radio stations and TV stations, getting together to raise money for the homeless shelter, as we do every year. And we now have an interview with, let's see, this is Becky?
Yeah, I love her last name, too.
Becky Pickle.
Yeah.
All right, let's go.
Becky, it's so nice to talk to a person whose last name is Pickle.
Makes you
so
smile.
Nice to be talked to.
Becky is on the board of the Road Home. She's been there, a board member for 5 years. How did you get involved with the Road Home, Becky?
You know, my husband and I have been foster parents for a long time, and our son that we adopted through foster care experienced homelessness when he was young, and just what he went through with his birth mom. You know, it's just something that no human should ever have to endure, and we really just wanted to be a part of ending that and part of the solution.
Where the Road Home, of course, provides shelter for people who need it in an emergency situation. But the real mission of the Road Home, if you will, is to get people into housing that's permanent or at least semi-permanent, a real roof over their head that they don't have to share with other people. And I know that there's a lot of homeless veterans, people who have served this country in the military, and then they end up on the street and no place to live, and that's a big part of what the Road Home does as well, right?
Absolutely. So, you know, at the Road Home, we always strive to have the greatest impact on people we serve, and the way to do that is through housing. This is how you solve homelessness, is by providing housing, and there is a big need for veterans in Utah. And it's just, you know, it's just unacceptable. I mean, our veterans should not be homeless. And so we're very proud of the fact that we're a lead nonprofit agency in ending veteran homelessness in Salt Lake County. And we work closely with the Veterans Administration and other community partners to make sure that those veterans are being taken care of and getting the service that they need.
They have very specific needs that other people dealing with homelessness don't have to deal with?
Absolutely. And the Veterans Administration is really great to provide some case management support for the different things that they need, but also our case managers come in and facilitate the journey to find permanent supportive housing if needed, or maybe just help them find a job, just different things that they might need help with. But a lot of times there are mental health services needed for our veterans, and we just want to make sure that they're receiving that treatment with honor and getting the services they need as quickly as possible.
So that's where your money is going to help when you call 801-819-7300, or you can go to the roadhome.org or even the X96 website. There's a link right there to donate. Do it right now.
Becky, so what do you think are the most pressing needs for the Road Home right now in December?
Yeah, people's financial support is just so critical. We have an exceptional staff with decades of tenure that really have some exceptional programming to help people out of homelessness, but there's just no possible way we can do that without financial support. Yeah. So any donation amount is so helpful, and this really is going to take all of us, especially this year in our community. The need is just at such a critical level. So if all of us do what we can, the impact will be just significant.
Becky, I think it's just remarkable that you're there, that you're doing this work. 5 years on the board is terrific, and I hope you stay there for quite some time.
Thank you. I will. I'm so proud to serve with them. Just a great group of people, and the people that we serve just absolutely inspire me, and we're so grateful for the community's support and for your support.
Well, we're happy to provide it. Again, call 801-819-7300. Make a donation. Make sure you tell them that you're donating because X96 told you to, and that's because we're competitive and terrible about it. So, Becky, we'll talk to you soon. I'm sorry we can't be there in person, but we'll talk to you again, okay?
That's all right, my friends. I'll be here answering phones for donations. We appreciate you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Bye-bye.
Becky. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right. Thank you very much, Becky.
Becky Pickle. She's maybe there answering phones right now. 801-819-7300. Make your donation.
Yes, and X96.com is another place to make a donation. You can do that online, and there is also links to the eBay bidding sites for personal concerts from either Blue October or Kurt Bester. Or maybe you're crazy and rich and decide you want both. Maybe you can convince them to do it together, and it would be like a Mighty Marvel team-up with Kurt Bester and Blue October. I don't know. It's entirely up to you. But make your bid on an in-person private concert via Zoom or some other thing, Microsoft Teams, something like that. Blue October or Kurt Bester, and that's at X96.com. That would be a lot of fun. So 801-819-7300 is the number, or X96.com. All right, we will take a break. We'll be back our last hour of day 2 of the Mediathon after these, and we won't be back until the 4th. So make us look good.
Because that's what's important.
But the Mediathon continues throughout the rest of the day with the rest of our people raising money for the Road Home. So donate. All right, let's take a break. We will be back. Now a message from the State of Utah COVID Task Force.
Yeah, holidays and social gatherings are discouraged, obviously. And you can do it for 1 year. But as you consider plans for the holidays, please remember the safest way to celebrate is just with the people who live in your house. Anytime you bring people into your home from the outside, you're increasing your risk and the risk of infection. So just do an online call or a gathering or something like that. You can Zoom. You can get together with Kurt Bester and your family.
It's 1 year. That's all. It's just this year. Next year, we'll be back to normal, and you can have Christmas with your friends and family.
So, but if you do choose to proceed with a small gathering, there are tips on how to do that relatively safely.
You go to coronavirus.utah.gov for those. They encourage you to be outside. Even if you're outside, wear masks. Definitely wear masks if you're inside. Coronavirus.utah.gov.
'Tis the season.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders! Today, we find our elders tracting on the ice planet Hoth. Oh, man, it's cold out here. Why is it so cold?
It's an ice planet, Lehigh. What do you expect?
Oh, I'm sure glad my mom sent me these mittens.
And Zone Leader Hansen has sent us to some pretty dismal places before, but this has got to be the worst. I hope that this Wampa fella lets us in and offers us some piping hot postum.
You know, these tauntaun thingies smell funny, and they're just not very comfortable to ride. I wish our hyperbikes hadn't frozen up. Let's see, third cave on the left, just past the second snowdrift. Yep, this must be it. Hello? Hello, Mr. Wampa?
I don't suppose his first name is Willie, do you? See, Willie Wampa. What? Hello, anybody home? Hey, pal, that's my ride home you're having for lunch.
You must be Mr. Wampa. Hi, I'm Elder Christiansen, and this is my companion, Elder Jensen.
Hi.
We represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know, the Mormons.
Look out, Butch! Oh, man, he knocked you down. That's going to leave a mark. Excuse me, Mr. Wampa, all we want is just a couple minutes of your time. Oh!
Oh, man. Where am I? Oh, heck. Hey, Lehigh, wake up.
Oh.
Wake up.
Oh, what in the flip?
This is just great. Here we are, hanging upside down, stuck to the roof of a Wampa cave, our feet frozen in what appears to be Wampa spit, while my ride home gets eaten by Mr. Wampa out there.
Yuck, I don't think this Wampa spit's ever going to come off my wingtips. Hey, there's somebody stuck to the ceiling behind you.
Huh? Hey, it's that farm boy from Tatooine. Hey, Luke! Luke, wake up!
Huh? Ben?
No, not Ben, it's me, Butch. I don't suppose you got a plan to get us out of here, do you?
If I could just reach for my lightsaber. There. So much for the element of surprise.
Hey, look, your dad, Darth Vader, cut off Lehigh's arm with one of those things. Cut him some slack.
Will Butch and Lehigh ever escape from Wampa Cave? Will Luke cut Lehigh's arm off just for the fun of it? Will our elders ever get the Wampa spit off of their wingtips? Tune in next time to hear Lehigh say... Oh, thanks, Luke. For a minute there, I figured we was Wampa Chow.
Luke.
Ben?
Luke.
Ben, is that you?
You will go to the Dagobah system.
Mr. Kenobi? Dagobah? I've never even heard of it.
It's a swamp planet. You're not missing much.
You must seek out Yoda and continue your training.
But I've already been to the MTC. Ben? Yoda? Dagobah?
Mr. Kenobi, are you sure? I mean, we've already been to Dagobah.
Hold on. I've got some problems here. Luke, you go to Dagobah and seek Yoda. Butch, Lehigh, you go thaw out your hyperbikes and continue tracting. I should have gotten Jedi call waiting.
On the next bone-chilling episode of Space Elders!
I will read it to you.
It looks to be typewritten.
Yes.
Wow.
Typewritten, actual letter dated the 9th of October.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
Look
You're
at
a
it.
lucky girl.
Don't you wish you got more letters?
Oh, you bet.
Actual letters?
I sure do. The only thing that could make that
Email
better.
doesn't sound like this.
The only thing that could make that better is if that had been handwritten.
That's true.
Oh, that would have been really special.
Gina, I would ask you to think about a time before cell phones, blogs, Facebooks, and Twittering.
Back a time when people actually wrote letters.
A simpler time. Yeah. We raised our kids in the physical world.
Yeah.
We threw our money away on frivolously silly things. We pursued tangible hobbies, or at least had fun playing. We traveled where we wanted to, when we wanted to. The world was ours for the taking. And we had meaningful conversations with people who were important to us, either face-to-face or on the telephone.
Is this from your first boyfriend?
No. Those people, if they judged us at all, were polite enough to do so in a way that led to improvement.
Okay.
What has changed? Nothing, of course, but the perception is now that we have to record or display every aspect of our lives and activities and do it as quickly as possible.
Twitter.
Does it really matter if you learn that someone took our kids to the park last Tuesday? No. Are a million meaningless opinions any better than a few well-considered ones? No. Must you change your life to fit into the false standard propagated by people you don't even know?
No.
Of course not. The most dangerous trap to fall into is trying to be someone you're not, for whatever reason. For the love of all things irrational, Gina, just be yourself. It's what makes life worth living.
Stop twittering.
Sincerely, Martin Noonzert. P.S. Your bio on the X96 website is not up to date.
As I like to say, any clod can have the facts, but having an opinion is an art.
I guess I need to update my bio.
You know, you should scan that letter and put it on our website.
Yeah.
I should blog and Twitter about this letter.
Tweet.
A blog and Twitter.
Tweet. I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm. If you use Twitter, you tweet.
You tweet.
Why can't I Twitter it?
That's something that you should do in the privacy of your own bedroom.
Okay.
It's true.
When your husband's out of town.
Some more letters. I want more actual letters sent through the mail.
Well, give your address.
515 South 7th East, Suite 1C, Salt Lake City, Utah, 84102.
If they're handwritten, it's even better. Or even better, if they're words cut out of magazines and pasted onto it. That's great.
Let me just say this to people writing letters to Gina. You may write them. You won't get them. She will.
No.
You're not going to take the time to return them.
No.
Yeah, email's a lot easier to
it is.
answer. And
Yeah. But go ahead, send her letters. Try not to use words like nonplussed. Okay.
I know nonplussed.
Now you.
Because, thanks to Dr. Paul White.
A generous donation to the road home at 801-819-7300.
Mm-hmm.
Santa Claus is a Black Man, a Christmas song by record producer and songwriter Teddy Van, performed by his daughter Akim Van and his Teddy Van production company. This was done in 1973. The song described as Van's take on I Saw Mommy Kissing Santa Claus.
Mm-hmm.
He recorded it as a gift for his daughter, Akim, who was 5 years old and performs on the song, as you heard. Mr. Van later went on to become pretty well known for co-writing Power of Love, Love Power with Luther Vandross, and winning a Grammy Award for that in 1991. The song Santa Claus is a Black Man sort of had a resurgence, or maybe a wider audience, when John Waters included the song on his 2004 Christmas music collection, John Waters Christmas, which is where we got it, as a matter of fact.
He was promoting that CD, and he introduced us to it, and that's where we took it up.
Interviewed him.
This is interesting. Teddy Van said to John Waters, "I don't want you to use the song. I don't want you putting it on your record." And he said, "You can't do it." But he sued John Waters for using the song without permission. Yeah.
Now I feel bad.
But I don't. He said I don't think you are mainstream enough. If somebody's going to do it, I want it to be a mainstream.
Oh.
Now, I don't know what the result of the lawsuit was. It doesn't say here.
I don't know. We're pretty mainstream, aren't we? Somewhat?
Yeah, sure.
I think you could say that.
Yeah.
Anyway. But this is the thing. Just a sec. There.
That's better.
Now it's like we're really there.
We are.
Broadcasting virtually from the Road Home Mediathon Day 2. And here's the latest news, all right? This is the hour to call in to make your donation, 801-819-7300, or go to x96.com and donate via the website, because, not only is this our last hour on the air live until 2020, but the match this time around, this hour, is triple.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. The goal this hour is to raise $5,000, which will be triple matched by the John M. Huntsman Family Foundation and Marlin Business Bank. So thank you to Marlin Business Bank, and of course the Huntsman Family Foundation's been with us since the beginning. But they're going to triple your donations this hour. So
if
$1.
You've been waiting all morning, yeah.
Yeah, $1 is $3. So now is the time to act. 801-819-7300. Operators are standing by.
Do it. Do it.
The match also works if you donate online. If you're more comfortable with that, x96.com. Road Home rotating banner, big red donate button is where you do that.
Maybe you say operators are standing by. Maybe Becky Pickle is there.
She might
and
be.
she will take your call.
801-819-7300. Ask for Becky Pickle.
Is Becky Pickle there?
Now, if you have in-kind donations like blankets and coats and socks and that kind of thing, you can take them to the Men's Resource Center, 3380 South 10th West. And, they're asking for some different things this year that we haven't asked for in the past. They're asking for masks. If you have homemade ones, if you have purchased some new masks and would like to donate those, they would be appreciated. Also,
why haven't we asked for those in the past? It seems to... Oh, I get it.
Yeah, it's the thing. Also, disinfecting wipes and cleansers, Clorox wipes and other things like that. And, it's...
All right.
And feminine hygiene products, of course.
Yes.
Mike at Kenworth Sales just donated $7,000 from their staff.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Kenworth. KW. Caroline just did $25. That means it's $75 because of the triple match this hour.
Does that work out math-wise? 25. Yeah. 75.
All right. Okay, so 801-819-7300 or x96.com. This is our last hour of the Mediathon. We'll continue the rest of the day here at X96 and, allegedly on some other stations.
There's no evidence of that.
I'm just looking at I'm just looking at the performances.
Maybe they didn't know. Maybe they didn't know there was a second day.
It's because our listeners always come through. Even when I know that a lot of them are having a tough time this year, they still find a way.
All right, let's get going. We got Boner of the Day coming up. Last Boner of the Day for 2020. And a reasonable amount of news all coming up. Stand by for all of that. Scott Hale, Plumbing, Heating, and Air.
It's colder than hail. I have to do that because Scott Hale loves that joke. Colder than hail out there. So call Scott Hale Plumbing and Heating and Air and get your furnace tuned up for just $39. Now, I don't know if that offer is going to be good past the month of December.
Call
it may
today
be, but
and
yeah.
schedule it. And it's better to catch something from getting a tune-up than waiting till your furnace breaks down and then being freezing cold in the middle of the night. Although if you have to have it repaired, Scott Hale can do that for you too.
Also, you can get $500 off a new furnace if you need that. And I haven't mentioned this for a while, but this is a real kind of a cool thing. If you mention us, if you say, well, X96 and Radio from Hell, Scott Hale will give you a free Scott Hale mug and a hot chocolate kit.
Oh, nice.
So that's good.
Okay.
So what you need to do is call Scott Hale Plumbing, Heating, and Air, 801-264-HALE. That's 264-HALE, or go to scotthale.com.
The holidays are a time of family.
Mark Ronson featuring Bruno Mars.
Okay.
Owing a considerable amount of money to the James Brown estate and the Rick James estate.
I would say.
I requested that this
but
morning.
pretty tasty, I must say.
I'm not a Bruno Mars fan.
I'm going to make you one.
No, I don't think so. I think it's Mark Ronson.
No, it's
and
no, I can tell you it's Bruno Mars, and here's why.
Why?
Because it rips off a lot of stuff.
Not ripped. Inspired
And
by.
I'm not saying it in a bad way.
Yeah, you're right.
You know,
it's probably so it's Bruno Mars sounding as much as he can like somebody else.
Yeah.
But it was enjoyable.
It was. Normally, I don't.
I'm glad that somebody is still making that kind of music.
Exactly.
So that makes me happy.
Yeah, I mean,
because I do love that kind of music.
Beck had to do it a few years ago.
Yeah,
which was kind of odd, but so are you okay, Gina?
I got my song request. I'm great. Why?
Oh, okay. Is that I guess that's what it was. Usually you have a greeting for me.
I had my headphones on. I was uptown funky. I had no time for you.
Gina's got so much funk.
I don't. That's why I have to add it to my life.
I've seen her. I've seen her dance. She's got the. See, I don't dance. Because
you know better.
Because I know I look silly. I know I look like a white guy. I have to be really, really, really drunk.
And you probably haven't even done that in a long time.
Been a really long time.
There are mornings when we're playing a song.
Oh, do I do it and not realize I'm doing it?
And we've been meaning to have an intervention.
Do I sometimes dance and I don't realize I'm dancing?
Sometimes you air guitar.
Do I?
Yeah.
And I don't know I'm doing it.
And air drum. And
that's terrible.
Yeah.
The last time I remember dancing, I believe, what was that band that used to play at all like Green Street, and I want to say, they were like Solid Groove or Solid Gold or
I don't know.
That and they, and they'd put on the
Disco
wig.
Drippers?
Disco Drippers. There we go.
Drippers.
The Disco Drippers. And I remember when at Trolley Square, when Green Street was there, and it was the middle of summer, and they would have cordon off part of the parking lot there, and you could just go out there and dance.
Right.
And I believe the Disco Drippers were there.
Quite possibly.
And I remember dancing there and taking off most of my clothing.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was. It was.
You were having a good time.
I was indeed having a great time. I was down to a shirt and boxer shorts.
Really?
Yeah. And dancing to the Disco Drippers. I think our salesman, the guy who later became our salesman, was singing with the Disco Drippers at that time. Scott.
He was with the band at the time.
Scott, what's his name?
Yeah.
Yep. Took off most of my clothing. I was dancing with a.
I don't know how I missed that.
I was dancing. Well, you weren't there. That's how. You weren't invited.
But you'd think that word would have got out. Bill's over there.
No, I was with my actor friends.
Oh, I see.
I do need to be drunk to dance, but I do it more often than that. I was wedding in Idaho was the last time.
Oh, I remember you talking about that.
Yeah.
Well,
There's video evidence of this, and it's a bad thing.
well, let's face it. I have seen people, white people that dance well, but we are not among them, I think.
No,
not among them.
And I think you get a pass at a wedding. I don't think
Do you?
anyone's gonna. Yeah, because
I often make passes at people at weddings.
He's giving me Christmas presents this morning.
Yes, I am.
I love the old-timey radio.
Oh, there we go. Yes, it's our Mediathon Day 2. It's funny how psychologically this has affected people. I've been talking to people about this.
It affects me. It helps me.
And they said that they were just kind of listening to the show and not thinking about it. But then they heard the crowd noises.
Yeah.
And they went, "Oh yeah, it's the Road Home Mediathon. This is a."
Well, and when I hear a crowd noise, I go, "Where can I perform somewhere?"
So yeah, it is day 2 of the Mediathon. Our last hour, our last 40 minutes specifically, 801-819-7300 or x96.com. You can drop off your physical donations to the Men's Resource Center at 3380 South, 1000 West. Or you can watch us. We're at home. We're doing this virtually and safely, trying to raise money and not get the COVID at the same time at x96.com/live. All right. Time now for Boner, the last Boner of the day for the year 2020. Brought to you by. Well, we got a reasonable amount of news before we do that. We'll do the Boner coming up in about 6 or so minutes. So some news before that. Brought to you by.
Brought to you by the Road Homes Mediathon. You can call right now, 801-819-7300, or you can donate online at x96.com.
I'm just looking through Twitter here, and I came across this tweet from Representative Chris Stewart. I voted no for additional COVID relief. Congress did, in fact, vote to pass a bill to make an economic stimulus package and put money into the economy to give people checks and to try and keep the economy from just collapsing completely. But Chris Stewart, our representative, he's my congressman, you know. I live in his district. I voted no for additional COVID relief. $27 trillion in debt should scare us all. I simply cannot support a bill that was crafted without offsets and mechanisms to address our nation's spending problem.
Excuse me, you voted for the tax cuts for the 1% without any of those offsets or any of that.
Absolutely.
Nobody answered the question, how is that going to be paid for when you did that, Chris? So now that a Democrat is in office, suddenly the deficit is important.
It's not a spending problem, says one responder, as much as an appropriation problem.
Mm-hmm.
Washington needs to get cleansed of that. Most people are really opposed to what Chris Stewart. Maybe you should have thought about the deficit when passing trillions in tax cuts for multimillionaires and billionaires, as Kerry just said.
Yeah.
Instead, when your colleagues are trying to find a modicum of relief for the millions of Americans who are hungry, sick, and dying.
You know, the Republicans have been very good about labeling the Democrats as the tax and spend party. But I think we need to label them as the, cut taxes and spend it anyway party, because that's what they do.
Yep. Oh, man. I don't, and does he not know what he says?
Oh, I think
it's very calculated what he's saying. He's talking to his base who think, if the government gives you anything, you're a freeloader.
So he's just being calculating. He's just being a liar and calculating. Yeah. He doesn't really believe any of this.
I don't know
what he says.
I don't know.
He could be like Trump and believe the things that he says, and therefore it's not a lie. I think he's a little bit smarter than Trump in this way. That I think he knows that it's a fine line of BS. He wouldn't call it total BS. He'd just say, well, Weasley.
There's a bizarre and really sad story. A father and son shot and killed one another in Waggerville, Alabama. They had a confrontation in a dispute over dogs, according to the Washington County Sheriff's Office. Kelvin Nicholas Greer, 32 years old, had shot at several dogs owned by him and his father. He killed two of the dogs, according to a news release. After the father, Kelvin James Coker, 60, found one of the dogs dead Saturday, he grabbed a pistol and drove to his son's home to confront him. I know he killed my dog, but my boy did it. The son reportedly told his father, yeah, I killed your dog. The father then fired a shot, hitting his son in the thigh. The son grabbed a gun, fired back, and they ended up both dead.
Merry Christmas.
Over what? I don't know.
Because of my freedom.
Yeah, exactly. My freedom.
Richie Sambora has no regrets about, and I didn't know that he had quit I didn't know that he had quit Bon Jovi in 2013. Well, in 2013, after being with Bon Jovi for 30 years, I didn't know that he'd quit. And now I find out that he has quit and has no regrets. His family, he says, had to come first.
Well, it's because what happened, Bill, is, remember, he was married to Heather Locklear.
Richie Sambora,
who's had her share of troubles.
Yes.
And they have a daughter together. And, he had his share of troubles also. And he needed to be full-time dad to her because Heather was in no shape to be mom.
Yeah, but what about John Bon Jovi?
Well,
doesn't his success and don't his feelings count?
For 30 years they did.
The Hawaii County Civil Defense Agency has asked residents of Hawaii to stay indoors because the Kilauea volcano it erupted. It was a series of earthquakes, and there's ash in the air everywhere, and you need to stay indoors. There's also a lava alert.
Yeah.
And warning. A glow was detected within the center of the volcano summit, and an eruption has commenced with Kilauea on the caldera of the summit of the caldera. Trade winds will push embedded ash toward the southwest. Stay inside. So we haven't talked about too much about this Russian guy who was poisoned and nearly died. He was an enemy of the state of Russia, essentially. He was and everybody says Putin did it and the Russian government did it. No, we didn't do that. We wouldn't poison this dissident. We wouldn't poison this dissident. Well, this guy who was poisoned he tricked an agent into admitting that, yes, indeed, we poisoned you. He got a phone number, he masked his phone number, and then he got some information that made it sound like he was a member of some secret agency in Russia. And
all those Russians sound the same, so it's hard to tell them apart on the phone.
So he calls this guy.
This is Dave, I promise.
So he calls this guy, he's Boris. He calls Boris, and he poses as someone else, and he gets Boris to admit that, yes, we did poison you, and you know how they did it? They put poison in his underpants.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
How did they get poison in his underpants?
I guess all you need is someone to sneak in at night and...
I'm not sure you really want to know.
Open the undie drawer and just...
Which item of clothing was the risky clothing with poison in it? And the other guy says, underpants. Underpants? Yeah, right by the crotch, he says.
Oh, thin skin.
Well, when we come back from holiday, I'll tell you how pythons might become the new menu item in Florida.
I heard about this, yes. Okay.
Well, not now.
It's Boner Fight, the final round.
Final round for the year.
Yeah. Here we go. I don't know. I have no feelings about which one will win. Oh, well, maybe I do. The first one is the president of a foreign country, Brazil's president, Bolsonaro, who has said if you get vaccinated for coronavirus, you might be turned into a crocodile or a bearded lady. Those are the side effects that he's most worried about with the vaccine.
Are those my choices?
Yeah. That it says, or you could become a man with an effeminate voice.
Oh, I already have that.
Yeah.
You don't need the vaccine.
So why don't you go for the beard?
No, I want to go Killer Croc. I want to be Killer Croc.
All right. That's number one. Going up against number two, I'm one of the many asking why Marco Rubio gets a vaccine when he was so anti any science about COVID-19. Denied it. He'd go maskless. He'd go to super spreader events. This is no big deal. Well, he's sure anxious to get the coronavirus vaccine. Him and what's her name from Iowa, Joni
Ernst.
Joni Ernst, the hog castrator. She's right there getting that vaccine too.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right.
That's number two.
You've got to decide of these two candidates, which one should be the final boner of the day for the year 2020. One or two. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text, and then text that to 33986. Or you can call the producer's booth at 877-602-9696 and use your voice to vote. Or better yet, go online to x96.com. What you do is you look for the box that says Road Home, Donate Here, and click on that and donate to the Road Home. And then back up, refresh your browser, and look for the box that says Boner Fight December 22nd, 2020, and vote there. You've got to decide, though, right now. You have until the end of these messages to do it. This is the final boner of the day for the year 2020. Ladies and gentlemen, direct from the haunted house near you, he's the guy who chased you out at the end. He wears,
I was scared.
He wears the hockey mask and threatens you with a chainsaw.
Yeah.
He is Chainsaw Guy.
Yeah. How are you? You're the little girl who wet her pants last time, aren't you?
You scare me every time, James.
Chainsaw Guy, it's good to see you. Of course, a lot of people know you as the guy who chases you out at the end of the haunted house with the chainsaw.
Happy Halloween, everybody.
And you've been very busy.
Yes, very busy. This is my big night.
But a lot of people don't know that Chainsaw Guy is also a very sensitive man, especially in the ways of love and relationships.
Thank you. And I am a licensed sex therapist.
Now, when
sex therapist?
When you are, when you're doing your sessions, do you wear the mask? Or do you take it off ever?
The mask never comes off. I do change the jumpsuit occasionally. You like the new one?
Yeah, it's.
Yeah, well, I thought it was time for a new set of overalls, and so I got the bright orange like a prison inmate.
That's very nice.
Yeah,
it adds to the menace.
Thank you.
All right, Chainsaw Guy, we have. I believe we indulge her every year. Chainsaw Guy, we have on the line. Tim is on the line, who's desperately in need of some of your love advice. Tim, go ahead and tell Chainsaw Guy exactly what's going on and ask your question when you're finished.
Sure, Chainsaw Guy. Well, my question is, I'm in a relationship with a girl named Aubrey right now, and everything's going swimmingly with her. She's great. The problem is with her mother. Her whole family is all LDS and very LDS, and I'm very not LDS.
Yes.
Her mother naturally has a problem with that.
Oh, yeah.
I would like to know, Chainsaw Guy, what should I do?
Well, Tim, I just like to say, and I don't think it is, or sorry for saying it, I don't think I know something. I had this in a June, and then mother and daughter, they can take both of their outfits, but the offenders are a lot of no temperature and a carry-on talk, and I take the picture over, and I say the
So there you go, Tim.
Thank you very much.
I left out the part where, Chainsaw Guy has his chainsaw with him. It's all a key.
It's a pulling.
Part of the, it's a pulling. Yes, it is a pulling. Catherine.
I'll get rid of a heck of hammer.
I don't blame you. Catherine, Chainsaw Guy is here. What is your question?
All right. I'm curious because I've been dating this guy a couple weeks.
Are you bi-curious?
Are you bi-curious is what he's asking?
That's what I said. Are you bi-curious?
No. I'm just curious because he keeps on saying that he wants to just love me to pieces.
Oh.
And I just don't know if I should let him do that because it kind of creeps me out.
Well.
So, Chainsaw Guy, what should Catherine do?
Well, Catherine, I can do the first of the Lord is to get a refrigerated truck, and then you do it in the first. And then the second on the other, piece by piece, all the way, and then get down, and then I kind of get a little bit, and then around, and then you just walk on, and then you walk for them, and then he can love more of you in more places.
There you go, Catherine. I hope that helped. Are we done, Gina?
One more.
I'm always up, although I'm very busy. I've got
he does have to go and sharpen the chainsaw blade.
Just one more.
All right.
What do you mean? It's not a chainsaw blade. It's a chain, you idiot.
Yeah. Brittany.
Hello.
Hi, Brittany.
Chainsaw Guy is here. What is your... tell us about your situation and then ask Chainsaw Guy what to do.
I have this friend that we've been friends for a long time, and I have a crush on him, and I just met his new girlfriend, and he wants me to honestly tell him what I think of her, and I can't stand her, and I want to tell him how I feel, but I just don't know. Chainsaw Man, what should I do?
Well, I know just a Catherine, Brittany, what are you going to do? I think I know. And then go first. So you get a girlfriend, and then you're going to have it. You really have a partner. So what you're going to do is try about to hear what you think about. And then you go home, and then I think I'm going to go and talk to Megan. And then if you think I don't like it, and then it's not as good, and then I think the color is end up in a three-way.
So there you go.
Thank you.
Brittany, Thank you.
No, thank you.
Can I go now? I've got a lot of people to scare.
Yes, thank you very much.
Sure.
Chainsaw Guy.
Are they performing now?
All right, yes. All right. Thank you.
Thanks, Chainsaw Guy. It's just amazing he makes time on Halloween.
Look at that. He's out the door. Look at that.
There he goes.
Here he goes. Orange jumpsuit, his pulling chainsaw. There he
Hockey
goes.
mask.
For another year, gone.
Glad he got rid of the Husqvarna.
Yeah.
It's not as scary as a pulling because they're higher pitched.
Yeah. I remember when he started, all he could afford was an eager beaver.
You put a bow on him,
You know-
Terry. You just put a bow and put him under the tree for me.
You know, so that what you just heard was like, so when you hear things here on the Radio from Hell show, you say liners, we call them. That was from a company that submitted that as some liners that we rejected. That we thought no, that's a little too much. And
You're not fooling anyone, Bill. Everybody knows who those aliens are. They know.
From Sesame Street.
Yep. All right, let's award the final boner of the day for the year 2020.
And it's brought to you in part by Chinese food.
And also by the Road Home Mediathon. 801-819-7300 to donate or go to x96.com.
And donate this hour because the match is tripled by the John M. Huntsman Family Foundation and Marlin Business Bank. So your $1 becomes $3. So donate before 10 a.m. for that triple amount.
Boner candidate number one was the president of the country of Brazil, who was telling his people, if you get the vaccine to protect yourself from the coronavirus, there are some serious side effects. You may turn into a crocodile or a bearded lady, which are pretty serious side effects if you think about it. Going up against number two, and this couldn't be beat, Marco Rubio,
hard to beat,
Joni Ernst,
Lindsey Graham.
All these people who have been so anti science when it comes to the coronavirus. Boy, they're just jumping right up there to get their shot, their vaccine.
So there you go.
And that wins.
Final boner of the day of the year. A nice one to go out on. All right. The Mediathon continues as we do our virtual telethon this year. 801-819-7300 or x96.com. Take your physical donations to the Men's Resource Center at 3380 South, 1000 West in South Salt Lake. And now let's speak with somebody who works at the Road Home. We talked to him earlier, Chris Acton.
Well, it's the Radiothon, the Mediathon. We changed it to Mediathon. I like Radiothon, but
it's the media sounds bigger, and we're going bigger because we're trying to raise more money. 801-819-7300 to call and make your donation for the Road Home, or you can go to theroadhome.org or x96.com. There is a link there.
We have this is Road Home board member Chris Acton with us. Good morning, Chris.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm doing very well, thanks. How about you?
But pretty good, I guess. Yeah, pretty good.
Good.
Yeah. So we're hoping to raise a ton of money this year. Now, Chris, we were talking off the air for a second, and I know you have a story you want to tell about fundraising or about the Road Home and homelessness. And we want to talk about general stuff as well. Which one would you like to do first?
Let's go for the story. So what I want to emphasize, we're looking for all this money, and we have big programs getting people into housing and getting, really, because if we can give people a home, by definition, we've ended homelessness. So that's really the overall mission. But along the way, when people first come to us in shelter, it's the little things that make a difference. And I've got a close family friend, and the son he'd been through addiction. And he was at the Road Home briefly. And we looked up, and he told me, he said, Chris, when I went there, They gave me a bed. They gave me a shower. And they gave me socks. They gave me socks. It's just those little things that really make a difference to the people that are out on the streets.
Yeah.
And thankfully, this guy now is, he's a happily married guy. He's got a great job. He's doing really, really well in life. And the road home helped him on that journey.
I like that story because
he focused on the socks.
Yeah, socks.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I like that story because I think sometimes people might hesitate donating because they think, oh, I can't afford to send very much. Even if you can only afford to buy somebody a pair of socks, that makes all the difference to somebody.
Absolutely makes a difference, and that's the key thing. We love the big donations. I mean, don't get me wrong, and we love people like the Huntsman Foundation who are going to match everything that people give. They're going to match us. They're going to go for $1 million match again this year, which we're super grateful for. They're a fantastic organisation.
Yeah.
So everything from $1 to $1 million, anything in between we'll take.
Chris Acton is who we're talking with. He's a board member of the Road Home. How long have you been on the board, Chris?
I've been on the board for 6 years now. I actually had the pleasure of spending a year as the president of the board as well.
Ah.
So it's been my great privilege and pleasure to serve.
How do you see things going so far with the new system of shelters and all of that? Are you pleased with the direction that's going?
So I don't know if people are aware of this. There are the 3 resource centres, as the state likes to call them. Originally, we had the Men's Resource Centre. We've recently taken on the Gail Miller Resource Centre, which is a mixed facility as well. And I think that transition, which took effect 1st of November, has been very smooth. We have just some great staff members. They're dedicated, they're committed, they're compassionate, they're hardworking, and they've really made that a seamless transition. And it just helps us, I think, to be even more focused on the needs of our clients. We're happy. The facilities are great. Obviously, we've had some compromises because of the COVID situation, so we're not getting everybody into the resource centres we really could if we were operating at capacity. But, it's actually going very, very well. So we're pleased with the quality of the places that we have now. Just a bit lacking in capacity. We still have too many people on our streets, of course.
So Chris Acton is the board member. He's been on the board for 6 years. He keeps doing the good work. And remember, when you think of the Road Home, think, oh, I can't contribute. Socks. Just remember socks. You can bring socks to the Road Home, new socks, men's crew socks, women's socks, whatever. Or you can donate just the price of a pack of socks. It'd be simple to do.
You do that at 801-819-7300. Or you can go to x96.com. There's a link there to donate, or you can go directly to theroadhome.org.
And of course, when you donate money, do it on behalf. Say, I'm donating this money for the Road Home, but it's because X96 told me to. Because we're insanely competitive, and we want to beat every other station in the amount of money that's raised. So,
and you're one of the best at doing it. You really are.
Thanks.
Thanks, Chris.
Yeah,
nice talking to you. Have a happy holiday, and thanks for the work you do.
And the same to you. Take care. Thank you.
Okay, 9:45, our final break coming up from the Mediathon after these.
Still a hive of activity here, as you can hear.
Yes.
At the, sometimes it gets really loud. Look at that.
You never know.
Yeah.
801-819-7300 or go to x96.com and donate there. New Dwello Homes.
Well, listen, grants for down payment assistance to buy a home, they are available now, these grants. You can get up to $15,312 or 3.5% of your purchase price to buy a home. Just text the word money to 62687. That's money, M-O-N-E-Y, to 62687. And you don't have to be a first-time home buyer to do this. This is not restricted. You are going to get, if you get one of these, it's a completely forgiven grant within 6 to 36 months. There are some restrictions. You need to have a good credit score, 620 or higher, to qualify for the program. And you have to show that you are stable. And how do you do that? Well, you can prove that you've worked at the same job or been going to school for 2 years in a row. So text the word money to 62687, and New Dwello will text you all the requirements for this program.
So the other day, my husband makes a pronouncement. Dr. Jones, he says, our family is going to start a new bedtime ritual, and it involves golden milk.
Can you do this while you're clothed?
Yes.
Okay.
And I said, what is golden milk?
Now, I've heard of it. Then you brought it up yesterday, and so I looked it up, and I bought the ingredients for it yesterday.
Because it sounds delicious, doesn't it?
Golden milk is a traditional Indian drink that has its roots in Ayurveda, health practices, ancient healing, a blend of hot milk and ground turmeric. Now, this recipe that I have, shall I read it and see if it's similar to your husband's?
Let's see what yours.
So it goes on to talk about the benefits of golden milk. Turmeric is a known anti-inflammatory.
Which is a good thing to have before bed.
Yeah. So you take a cup and a half of light coconut milk.
Mm-hmm.
Canned is best, but carton works fine, that says. 1.5 cups of unsweetened plain almond milk. 1.5 teaspoons of ground turmeric. A 1/4 teaspoon of ground ginger, or fresh if you would care to do that. There's a way to do that. 1 whole cinnamon stick. 1 tablespoon of coconut oil, and a pinch of black pepper. Then sweeten it with anything pretty much you like. It suggests here coconut sugar, stevia, I guess stevia is like non-caloric.
Yeah.
Or maple syrup, which sounds kind of good to me.
We did honey with ours.
And then you just put it all together in a pan and heat it up and then drink it.
And a twist of black pepper, which sounds kind of weird.
No, that's what I read that.
Yeah, to finish it on.
Black
on the
pepper.
top.
Sounds good.
It's so you've bought it. You haven't made it yet.
I bought all the ingredients. I was going to make some last night, but I didn't do it.
It was delicious. However, it has turmeric in it.
Yeah.
Which stains everything it touches.
Yellow.
And I said to Mohammed, you have to drink this at the counter. You can't carry it into the living room. You can't take it to your room.
Yeah.
Your golden milk has to be. And he said, well, I want to go sit by the fire. And I can see why, because, you want to sip a little hot drink by the. No, you have to sit.
And
so
did he?
He did.
Okay.
And managed to stay in things anyway.
And we all finished our golden milk, and we all liked it. There's something about it's the old thing of having a warm milk before bed.
It says here it's creamy, comforting, coconutty, and it has a ginger-infused, slightly spicy and sweet flavor.
It's delicious. But I looked at all of our cups after.
Yes.
And they were all orange.
No, you need to use black cups.
And I said to the kids, if this becomes a nightly Jones family tradition, I'm going to have to supervise the drinking of it as well as the teeth brushing after it, because we're all going to end up with orange teeth if we're not careful.
Here's what you need to do is make sure you drink it. Use the same cups every time, so it doesn't matter if they're stained.
These are our turmeric golden milk.
These are the golden milk cups.
Yeah, golden milk cups.
Yeah,
I can't wait to try it. I think I'll make some Indian food tonight and then have it after dinner.
I think you'll love it. And
it sounds great.
I actually took mine and had it in the bathtub and sipped it.
I told you have to have it at the counter. You cannot take it to the bathtub, as nice as that may be.
Yeah.
No,
it was.
I don't understand
lovely.
why there's a double standard for parents and children, and there just shouldn't be. That's not fair.
There shouldn't be?
No.
I paid for all the things in the house. If I spill turmeric on them, I paid for it.
If my kids spill turmeric, it's been a long-standing rule. If you spill turmeric on something, you pay for it. You turmericed it, you bought it.
So that's on a day like today when it's kind of snowy and overcast, just think of ending your day with a nice cup of golden milk.
Just look up golden milk. You'll find any number of recipes for it.
Just come to the conclusion that your husband is a hippie that showers regularly.
Yes.
He is. Are you sure about the showering
yes.
thing?
He is.
All right, 9:52. I think people were waiting for something, and maybe the triple match is what did it.
Mm-hmm.
The triple match this hour, and so you have just a few more minutes to take advantage of that, is from the John M. Huntsman Family Foundation and Marlin Business Bank, making it triple donation. So your $1 becomes $3. Malcolm has called in $500, so that's $1,500, Malcolm.
Wow.
Al Church has sent in $200, says he's a huge fan of X96. Thank you, Al. Max Martinez, $50. Our dear friend Marianne Gibson, $100.
Oh, nice, Marianne. Merry Christmas.
Marianne, I fear you must be listening. I wrote you a note some time ago, and it's still waiting to be mailed. I promise I'll send it to you this week.
Braden Jones, $25. Heather Richardson made a donation. Dina Howes, $100. Jamie, $150 donation from Cedar Village Floral in Ogden.
Cool.
So thank you, Cedar Village Floral.
They all called into 801-819-7300, or you can donate online if you feel more comfortable with that, x96.com.
Rosemary and Dave Thomas, also Rachel Rosenberg, all making donations. Thank you very much.
I think I know Rosemary and Dave. Thank you, you guys. That's very nice.
All right.
Well,
and it goes the rest of the day. So Corey will be here next to take your donations, and then Todd.
There's still a chance that the spoiler donors will come along.
Yeah, it never fails. They come along. We take the lead for 2 days, and then at the last minute they jump in and they save the sports station and they save the Christmas station.
Maybe the spoiler donors will come in and donate to the Kurt Bester Zoom performance. Make a bid on that. There are 4 bids now, but the dollar amount is entirely too small for a talent of Kurt Bester's size.
I agree. It should be more.
Get a Christmas gift. If you can't be with your parents, or maybe it's not your parents, maybe it's your sister, maybe it's your aunt, maybe it's somebody that you know would love a private Christmas concert with Kurt Bester. And when we say concert, three or 4 songs.
Mm-hmm.
It's not going to take up your whole evening. It would enhance your Christmas Eve evening.
Would it ever?
Give it as a gift to somebody.
Well,
people are loving the triple donation. Yeah, so make it this hour.
And I'm looking at all the stations, and we're way out ahead because our listeners always come through. But I want to give a little tip of the hat to our friend across the hall there, Katie. E-Rock over there on U92. They're in second place here.
Oh, good for them.
So.
All right.
It's been real, kids. It's been real.
What? That makes it sound like this is it. This isn't it.
Well, we never know, do we? 2020, we will. This is the last time you will see us in 2020. Presumably, you will see us in 2021.
That's the plan.
It's the plan, but life is what happens when you're busy making other plans. It's been really weird and tough. And
it has been a strange year. I predict that the first 3 months of 2021 are going to be also very difficult.
I'm a little nervous to not have you guys for a week or so. Because part of the thing that's been keeping me semi-okay
it's doing work, yeah.
is knowing I have to get up in the morning and I get to see you guys and talk to you guys. And I'm a little, normally I'd be like, yay, I have some time off. And I'm a little worried about my mental health for while we're all gone. So, no, I'll be thinking about all of you.
Gina, you've got time. I've given you permission to watch Battlestar Galactica.
That'll be a good distraction.
An excellent distraction, because it's less about what's happening now and more about 9/11. So it's far enough away that you can...
And Gina, if you'd like, I will program my phone to call you every morning at 6 a.m.
Ooh.
No. That's
and then play you me reciting poems that I love.
Aww.
Dave the Flower Guy, no, because we don't have a boner of the week. There were just the two.
Yeah.
Dave's okay, though. Everybody wants to know if Dave's all right.
Yeah, Dave is. I spoke to Dave yesterday. He's doing fine. The GoFundMe has been a big success. Thank you to everybody who put money into that. And they're almost finished wrapping things up so that Dave's aunt can have sort of legal guardianship of him, and that way the money that was in the GoFundMe can be cared for and given,
Yeah.
So you just don't want to drop a gigantic basket of money in Dave's lap. Not that he's not perfectly, capable. It's just, I mean, I wouldn't know what to do with it.
We want this money to last, to take care of Dave for a long time. So you got to be smart about it.
People are asking about Punk. I have had some correspondence with him. He's hanging in there. He was a little sad he couldn't bring us presents this year, as he always does, but he's hanging in there, and he says hi to everybody.
I'll go buy myself a box of Cheez-Its and eat them myself, just to think of you, Punk.
There you go. There you go. Let's see, and I think, all right. So Corey's going to take this over. I think that there's talk of another triple match next hour. So wait for Corey, and he'll spell that out. I'm pretty sure that's happening, but just in case, 801-819-7300, or go to x96.com. Look for the box where you can donate for the road home, your credit card donations, and of course those two bidding wars for live via a social media network of some kind, in-person concerts, but personalized. They're going to be live just for you. Blue October or Kurt Bester. So that's at x96.com. Go ahead and make a bid. They can be in your living room.
Yes.
And I think that's it, right? How do we bid on Blue October? x96.com. Follow the links from the Road Home banner. Okay, they're
It's
right there.
Same thing for Kurt Bester.
Same with Kurt Bester. All right. I think we're good. See you next year, y'all.
Great.
Fine job, Katie. Thank you.
Thank you, Katie.
Live long and prosper, bitches.
Happy holidays, Katie. Don't you know who I am?
Stay care, everybody.
Corey is next.